les adverbes de lieu. So really useful, and we're starting right now. So the first one that we'll see, so I've been putting each time the English first and then the French version here. Okay, so here. So I won't read the English one. I will focus on the French one if that's okay with you. Ici. Ici. Okay, then là. So remember, you've got this accent, but well, you don't pronounce it. Okay, so it's là. Là. Whoops. Là-bas. Là-bas. Remember, final S not pronounced. Là-bas. Loin. Loin. So remember, when you've got this combination O-I-N, it's ouin, ouin, ouin. Okay? Loin. Alright? So let's see them one more time. Ici, là, là-bas, loin. Okay? Devant, final T not pronounced. Devant. Devant. Derrière. So if you look carefully, you've got E here and then double R, so it will open the sound of this E, and you should pronounce it E. Okay? Derrière. Same thing here. You've got this E accent grave, E. Derrière. Okay? Don't pronounce the final E. Derrière. Okay? Final S not pronounced. Dessus. 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 Dessous. Dessous. Final S not pronounced here. Dessous. Okay, so let's repeat them. Devant, derrière, dessus, dessous. Okay? Dedans. Final S not pronounced. Dedans. Dedans. Dehors. Okay, so remember, final S not pronounced, and then this H in French doesn't exist phonetically, so you don't pronounce it. Dehors. 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 En haut. En haut. Okay, final T not pronounced, and then this H as previously, you don't pronounce it, so this is haut. En haut. En haut. En haut. En bas. Final S not pronounced. En bas. En bas. Okay? Quelque part. Don't pronounce the final T. Quelque part. Quelque part. Autre part. Autre part. Autre part. Ailleurs. Look, final S not pronounced, and then you've got this y sound. Ailleurs. Okay, so I insist a little bit too much maybe, but still, let's read it normally now. Ailleurs. Ailleurs. Okay? Autour. 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 Okay, so repeat them one more time. Quelque part. Autre part, ailleurs, autour. Comment exprimer l'obligation. So when you must do something, well, there is a verb for that to express must, and this is falloir. Falloir, okay, falloir. And then you will have two options. The first one will be il faut, so you get to remember that falloir is what we call verb impersonnel, okay, because there is only one form and it's il, third person of the singular. Il faut, okay, so je, tu, nous, vous, etc. They don't exist for falloir, it's only il, okay? Il faut, and then the verb coming after will be at the infinitive, okay? So that's the way to express to must, okay? And then, or to have to if you want, il faut, okay, same form, but then you will add after that un nom, a noun, okay? So whether a verb at the infinitive form or then a noun. So we'll see few examples now. So the first scénario, as we would say in French, is falloir plus infinitif, okay? So here, il faut respecter les règles. All right? Il faut respecter, so to respect, les règles, the rules. Il faut respecter les règles. All right? And then another option, so I've been putting here and here the two parts of the negative form. Il ne faut pas fumer, fumer is to smoke, ici, here. Il ne faut pas fumer ici. Okay, so now we'll see the way it works with noun, a noun. And here, for instance, il faut, so still il faut, remember, as I said, it's only il faut, so it's a verbe impersonnel, okay? Une carte d'identité. Il faut une carte d'identité. Second example here. Il faut un parapluie, umbrella, un parapluie, car, because, il pleut. It's raining. It rains. Il faut un parapluie, car il pleut. Les adjectifs ordinaux. Les adjectifs ordinaux, so in English it would be first, second, third, fourth, etc., etc. So we'll see how they go in French. And so we'll start with the first, okay? And as usual in French, remember, we've got the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form, okay? So each time we'll have here and here the masculine form and the feminine form. Here, that's the way you can see them written when you get to make them short, okay? So they can be written like that, okay? So we'll pronounce them. Le premier, so the first, le premier, la première. Le premier, la première, okay? Then, le deuxième, la deuxième. So in that case, it's only the le and la that will be different, because deuxième will be the same if you look at them. Okay? Then, same thing here. Le troisième, la troisième. Le troisième, la troisième. Okay? Le quatrième, la quatrième. Le quatrième, la quatrième. Le cinquième, la cinquième. Le cinquième, la cinquième. Le sixième, la sixième. Le sixième, la sixième. Le septième, so remember we don't pronounce this P here. Le septième, la septième. Okay? Le huitième, remember H doesn't exist. Huitième, huitième, la huitième. Le neuvième, neuvième, so it's V here, remember, vième, la neuvième. Le neuvième, la neuvième. Le dixième, so remember, even if you've got this X here, you pronounce it Z. Dixième, dixième. Same thing as we had here. Sixième, okay? Le dixième, la dixième. Le verbe partir, partir means to leave, okay, at the present form. So we see this verb because this verb is normally quite useful, and then it is not regular, so it belongs to the third group of verbs, so it's always good to see the conjugation together, okay? So the first form is je pars. So final S not pronounced, je pars. Tu pars, same form, you can see here and here. So final S not pronounced, tu pars. Il, elle, part. Final T not pronounced, il, elle, part. Okay, so you can see that it's part, part, and then part. Okay, so the same phonetical form for these persons, but then obviously and of course for nous it will be different. So classic ending ONS, you don't pronounce the S, you just have this on sound nasal. Nous partons, nous partons. Okay, then for vous, classic ending for vous as well, EZ, but then you pronounce it et, vous partez, vous partez. Okay, and the last persons, il, elle, partent. Remember, classic ending, ENT, but then you don't pronounce them, partent, partent. Okay, so let's repeat them again. Je pars, tu pars, il part, elle part, nous partons, vous partez, ils partent, elles partent. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon J, and in this lesson we'll discover together how to conjugate at the present form le verbe venir. So venir means to come, okay, so it's quite useful, and especially it does belong to the third group of verbs, so it's not regular. So for the present form it's quite useful to spend a few minutes just to see the conjugation together. Okay, so we'll start right now. First form, je viens, final S not pronounced, je viens. Remember, I-E-N, ien, je viens. Okay, tu viens, final S not pronounced, tu viens. Okay, then il, elle, vient, final T not pronounced, il, elle, vient. Okay, so je viens, tu viens, il, elle, vient. Phonetically it's the same form, okay, but then for nous it will be a bit different. ONS, remember, classic ending for nous at the present form, final S not pronounced, so you will get the sound venons, nous venons, nous venons. Okay, then classic ending for vous, Z here, and then you pronounce it et, vous venez, vous venez. Okay, and the last one here, so you've got this double N just after the so it will change a little bit your pronunciation. You will have to pronounce this like okay. Ils viennent, so remember this classic ending ENT for the third person of the plural is here, but phonetically it doesn't exist, so you don't pronounce it. Viennent, viennent, okay? Ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright, so let's see the form one more time. Je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright? So, venir is quite important. Be sure to remember it by heart. Please, 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 s'il vous plaît. And then, when you're ready, you can go at the following address to find the next lesson, okay? And then more material here, IMAGIERS.net. Have a great day. Au revoir. Les pronoms COD. Okay, so no stress, but still it will be quite important. Okay, les pronoms COD. So we'll take first a sentence. Okay, so it's a question and it's tu regardes la télévision. Okay, so tu regardes, regarder is to watch, la télévision. So if we look at this question, okay, and then we want to define all the elements, the first thing that we've got in this sentence is tu. Okay, so it's here and it's sujet, so the subject of the sentence here. Okay, second part that we've got here is regarde. Okay, regarde here, and it's the verb. Okay, that you've been conjugating. It's es just because it's tu, all right. And the second part, or the third part here, so the last part, la télévision. So la télévision, that's what we will call complément, okay, because it's complement, it will complete the sentence here by giving some information. It's objet, it doesn't have anything to do because it's la télévision, okay, so it's not an object like that, but it's what we call grammatical object, okay, and we say that it's direct because you don't have any preposition between the verb and this complément, okay, so no preposition, so it's direct, okay. So why do we say that it's quite important to use les pronoms COD? Just because when you've got a question, so if someone is asking you, tu regardes la télévision, okay, the first option would be oui, je regarde la télévision. So of course it's possible to repeat, I mean, this part, la télévision, okay, but then if we are honest, then in most of the cases we won't repeat la télévision. In that case, we will use what we call pronouns, okay, just to avoid repeating this word, okay. So let's see these pronouns together. So as usual, we will have the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural, okay. In that case here, we'll start with the masculin singulier. Masculin singulier will be first le, or then, as usual, if we've got a vowel coming after, the E will disappear, so it will be L apostrophe, okay? Le, or then L, like that, okay? If it's feminine, and at the singular form, so we're talking here about the third person of the singular, it will be la, or for the same reasons as previously, L apostrophe if you get a vowel after, okay? And then for the plural form, so here we're talking about the third person of the plural, then it will be les. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. So for the masculine singular form it's le, for the feminine singular form it's la, okay, and then if they are followed by vowels, then you take a and a away, and then you get this l, okay, and for the plural form here it's les. All right, so let's see that in action now. So if you get the same question, tu regardes la télévision. All right, so now we've got all the elements. So we know that tu was the subject, regarde the verb, la télévision, complément d'objet direct, and that's the thing we want to replace. We don't want to repeat la télévision, okay? So first, what do we need to do is first to spot the gender of the word. We know that la télévision is feminine, okay? So we've got all the keys necessary. Oui, je la regarde. So as I said a long time ago in a lesson, remember that in French the pronouns, like this one for instance, are coming before the verb. So that's the reason why you will have this la here before the verb. Oui, je la regarde. Okay? Let's take another question. And here you've got tu vas regarder la télévision. So what's the difference between the previous question and this question? Well, this is, and we saw that in a previous lesson, I guess it was on this unit, so you can check it if you're not sure about that. That's what we call the futur proche, so the near future. Tu vas regarder la télévision, you are going to watch. Okay, so that's the near future. Tu vas regarder la télévision. Okay, and then here, if you look carefully, well, you've got two verbs. And that's the important thing here. So if you will have a structure with two verbs, and then you want to use a pronoun, this pronoun will come always before the second verb. Like here, oui, je vais la regarder. Okay? So I'm not telling you that it will come between the two verbs, because you can have many things between these verbs. Okay, so focus on this idea that it will come before the second verb. Oui, je vais la regarder. Okay? So we'll see that les pronoms complément d'objet direct can replace all the persons. So for the first person it will be me, second person it will be te, third person of the singular, so the one we saw, le for the masculine form, and then la for the feminine form. First person of the plural, nous, so basically it's quite easy to memorize this one, to remember it. Same thing here. Second person of the plural, vous. And then third person of the plural, les. Alright, so me, te, le, la, nous, vous, les. Alright? So we'll see now a few examples. So the first one, il me regarde. So if you want to say that he is looking at me, il me regarde. Okay, so remember, as I said previously, these pronouns are coming before the verb. Okay, il me regarde. Present form, only one verb, you just put it before. Il me regarde. Il te regarde. So he's looking at you. Il te regarde. Il le regarde. Il la regarde. He's looking at him, he's looking at her. Il nous regarde. Il vous regarde. Il les regarde. Okay, it's not that difficult when you try to remember, well, first of course the pronouns, and then this idea that it will come before the verb. Well, honestly, it's not that tricky. Okay, I've been putting the same sentence but then at this near future form. Okay, so just to show you, if you forgot it, that it should come before the second verb. Okay, so il va me regarder, so he's going to watch me, or to look at me. Okay, il va me regarder. Il va te regarder. Il va le regarder. Il va la regarder. Il va nous regarder. Il va vous regarder. Il va les regarder. Les pronoms COI. Ok, okay, les pronoms COI. So, well, let's say that it's the second part of les pronoms CO, complément d'objet, okay. So if you didn't watch the previous lesson, well, maybe it would be better to do so that you could understand maybe more clearly the whole thing, okay. But then still, we're starting right now. So, les pronoms complément d'objet direct. So we'll start with une question, a question, okay. So we'll see. It's a basic question, okay. You get tu parles à ton frère. Okay, parler is to talk. Tu parles, you talk to your brother, à ton frère. Okay, so if we have a look at the elements in this sentence, the first part or the first element is tu, okay, and that's the subject of the sentence, tu, all right. Then the second element is parle, okay, and that's the verb. So it's ending like that because you've been conjugating this verb according to tu, okay, but it's a verb here. And then we've got this last part here, à ton frère. So that's what we call complément, so it will come to complete the sentence, okay, and it's objet, okay, so be careful, it's really what we call a grammatical object. So it's not an object, because in that case it's a good example because it's a person, okay, but then it's a grammatical object, and it's indirect because you've got this preposition à here, okay. So in the previous lesson we saw the direct ones, okay, they were without any preposition, okay, but then in this lesson it's indirect because you've got the preposition à here, okay, and it will change the things. So let's see the question. You can ask the question, so it's the same. Tu parles à ton frère, okay, and then the answer that you could give, of course, would be oui, je parle à mon frère. But let's say that in most of the cases in French, we won't repeat this à mon frère part, okay. We'd rather use pronouns just to avoid repeating this complément d'objet indirect, okay. So we'll see how they go. As usual in French, we will have the difference between the masculine form, the feminine form, and the plural form, okay. And here, just to start, we'll start with masculine singular, okay. Masculine singular form will be lui, okay, ui, lui, lui, all right. Féminin singulier, so feminine form and the singular form here, it will be lui. So it's quite easy to memorize, to remember, okay, because it is the same form for the masculine and the feminine form, okay. And then for the plural form, so third person of the plural, to be more precise, it will be leur, okay. So masculine singular, third person of the singular, lui. Féminin singulier, feminine singular form, third person of the singular, lui. And then the plural form, third person of the plural, leur, okay. Let's see now the same question, okay. Tu parles à ton frère, okay. And the idea in that case, of course, is to avoid repeating this part here, so complément d'objet indirect, and to replace it with the pronoun, okay. So first we know that it's indirect because we've got the preposition here. We know here that it's masculine because it's brother, okay, and then we've got the information here because it's ton, all right. So we've got all the elements just to reply using the pronoun. Oui, je lui parle, okay. So the only thing you should really think about here is the position. So you should remember, as I said previously, that the pronouns in French will be placed before the verb. So je lui parle. Oui, je lui parle. All right? And then we could have, well, basically the same question, but then this question would be like it is here at the near future. So if you didn't see the lesson regarding the near future, maybe it would be more useful for you to watch it, but still the near future, it's a way to construct the future, but at the present tense with the verb aller, to go. You are going to speak or talk, okay, to your brother. Okay, so you are going to, but then the important thing in that case is that you've got two verbs. Okay, you've got aller here, to go, and then you've got parler, to speak or to talk. Okay, and when you've got two verbs, then for the pronoun that you would like to use, you will have to put it just before the second verb. Oui, je vais lui parler. Okay, so I'm not telling you that it should be between, because that's the case here, but then between these two verbs you could put many things, okay, like adverbs or other things. Okay, so remember that this pronoun lui should be before the second verb. All right, so now we'll see these pronouns, but then for all the persons. Okay, for the first person of the singular, it will be me. Second person of the singular, te. Then third person, like we saw, so masculine and feminine, I only put one, so lui, because it's the same. First person of the plural, nous. Second person of the plural, vous. Third person of the plural, leur. Okay, me, te, lui, nous, vous, leur. All right? So let's see examples now. So he's talking to me. Il me parle. Okay, remember, me, and then before the verb, il me parle. He's talking to you. Il te parle. Il lui parle. I don't know why lui is still white. Well, maybe it was a mistake from my... Yeah, it is a mistake. It should be orange, but then still. Il lui parle. Okay. Il nous parle. Il vous parle. Il leur parle. All right? Il me parle. Il te parle. Il lui parle. Il nous parle. Il vous parle, il leur parle. Okay, so these examples are with one verb, okay, and then I've been rewriting the same sentence, but then at the near future, okay, with the two verbs, and then we can see how they go now. Il va me parler, he's going to talk to me. Il va me parler, so remember, you know, me before the second verb. Il va te parler, he's going to talk to you. Il va lui parler, he's going to talk to her, or he's going to talk to him, okay? Il va nous parler, he's going to talk to us. Il va vous parler, he's going to talk to you. Il va leur parler, he's going to talk to them, okay? Il va me parler, il va te parler, il va lui parler, il va nous parler, il va vous parler, il va leur parler. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon M. And in this lesson we'll see how to conjugate together le verbe vouloir. Vouloir means to want, and it belongs to the third group of verbs in French, so irregular. So that's the reason why I think it's quite good to see the conjugation at the present form together. So here it goes. Vouloir, first person, je veux. Final X not pronounced. Je veux. Tu veux. Final X not pronounced, the same form. Il veut. Final T not pronounced. Elle veut. Okay, so here, so far we've got one phonetical form, it's veut. Then for nous, classic ending, ONS, don't pronounce the S, just pronounce the on. Nous voulons. Nous voulons. Same thing here, classic ending EZ for vous, but then you pronounce it et. Vous voulez. Vous voulez. Vous voulez. And the last one, here, EU, and then ENT, classic ending, but then you don't pronounce it, so you get veulent, veulent. Ils veulent, elles veulent. Ils veulent, elles veulent. Okay, so let's repeat it one more time. Je veux, tu veux, il veut, elle veut, nous voulons, vous voulez, ils veulent, elles veulent. So that's it for this lesson. It was leçon M. Well, you can find more lessons right here. IMAGIERS is the name of the channel on YouTube, and then more material can be found there at imagier.net. Have a great day. Au revoir. Le verbe savoir. Savoir means to know, and it's quite useful. And but then it is irregular, so it belongs to the third group of verbs. So it's quite good to see the way to conjugate it together. Okay, at the present form, and we'll see it right now. Okay, so let's start now. Je sais. Okay, final S not pronounced, and then you get this A-I, E. Okay, je sais, sais. Okay. Tu sais. Same form, final S not pronounced. Tu sais. Il sait, final T not pronounced. Elle sait. So one phonetical form so far. Nous savons. So classic ending for nous, O-N-S. You don't pronounce the final S. Nous savons. Nous savons. Okay? Then vous savez. Classic ending for vous, EZ, but then phonetically it's E. Vous savez. Savez. And then il. Here, classic ending for il and elle at the plural form, E-N-T. You don't pronounce it, so you get the sound savent. V-v-v-v, savent. Okay? Ils savent. Elles savent. So let's see that one more time. Je sais, tu sais, il sait, elle sait, nous savons, vous savez, ils savent, elles savent. Il y a, so we saw it in a previous lesson quite shortly. So il y a means there is or there are. But then in French, we will have only one form, il y a. Okay? So let's see, for instance, here, a question. Est-ce qu'il y a un magasin dans le quartier? Okay? Est-ce qu'il y a, so, is there un magasin, a shop, dans le quartier, in the neighborhood? Okay? Est-ce qu'il y a un magasin dans le quartier? All right. So the answer would be oui, il est juste ici. Yes, it is right here. Oui, il est juste ici. Okay. So in that case, we've been using this il y a, there is. Okay. Just because un magasin, well, it's singular. Okay. So it's basically there is a shop, there is something. Okay. Let's see now. Here. Same thing. Il y a une piscine, a swimming pool, dans cette ville. Il y a une piscine dans cette ville. All right. So you can see that in the first example, I've been using this est-ce que. You remember we saw that previously that you can add if you want to ask a question, okay? Or then it's possible here just to keep the same order. There is, il y a, okay? Une piscine, a swimming pool, dans cette ville, in this town, okay? But then don't forget to raise your voice at the end because it's a question. Il y a une piscine dans cette ville? Il y a une piscine dans cette ville? Okay, just a little bit to make it clear that it's a question, okay? So answer, oui, elle est à côté de la mairie. À côté, remember, it was next or near, okay? And then la mairie, city hall. Oui, elle est à côté de la mairie. All right? So in both cases here, il y a, just because it was masculin singulier, okay? And then here, il y a une piscine, féminin singulier, all right? And we'll see now the other option that we would have to ask correctly the question. So first, look at it. Il y a, actually, you should change the order and put it like that. And the way you will pronounce it is y a-t-il, y a-t-il. Okay, so that's the correct form to ask a question with il y a, so the formal form if you want. And then des toilettes, here it's the plural form, okay, toilets, okay. So it doesn't really change because it will stay il y a, okay, but then here, of course, the order is changing, so that's the reason why it can be a bit tricky to notify the fact that basically it doesn't change even if it's plural here, okay. Dans ce restaurant, in this restaurant. Y a-t-il des toilettes dans ce restaurant? Y a-t-il des toilettes dans ce restaurant? Okay, and then the answer, oui, elles sont juste à droite. Okay, droite, remember, it was on the right. À droite, on the right. Just on the right. Oui, elles sont juste à droite. Okay, so to resume the whole thing, remember this il y a will be used so for there is, so like here, un magasin, a shop, so it's the singular form, okay? Or then here as well, il y a, there is, une piscine, a swimming pool, but still it will be also used as like that, il y a, okay, or then in the other order here, for the plural form, okay? It doesn't change. So that's one interesting thing in French. For once, it's easy. It doesn't change. Il y a plus singulier or then il y a plus pluriel. Okay? We will discover together the passé composé form of the verb aller. Aller is to go. Okay? And remember that aller is one of the tricky verbs in at the passé composé form because it will use être and not avoir as most of the verbs. Okay, so that's the reason why here you will have the form je suis allé. Okay, and then you can make the liaison here. Je suis allé. Je suis allé. Tu es allé. Tu es allé. Il est allé. Il est allé. You've got this little liaison between the two. Il est allé. Feminine form. Elle est allée. Okay, so have a look here. Remember, if you don't know that already, then I would advise you to check the lesson on the passé composé that we did previously. Okay, so you've got to add this feminine mark at the end of your participe passé here, just because elle is feminine, and then you're using this être verb to construct the passé composé. That's the reason why. Phonetically, it doesn't exist. You don't pronounce it, so you get elle est allée, and then for the masculine form, il est allé. So aller is pronounced the same way, but still you have to write it. Okay. Same thing that if you get to put the plural form, then you will have to add this s mark of the plural at the end of your participe passé form here. Okay. Nous sommes allés. You don't pronounce it. Okay, but you write it. Nous sommes allés. Vous êtes allés. Vous êtes allés. Same thing here. You put it, but you don't pronounce it. And then here, masculine form. Ils sont allés. So masculine plural. You put this S. Ils sont allés. Little liaison between the two. Ils sont allés. Elles sont allées. Feminine and plural here. Okay, S, you don't pronounce them, but still you've got to write them. And then this little liaison here. Elles sont allées. Okay, so let me repeat the whole thing for you. Je suis allé, tu es allé, il est allé, elle est allée, nous sommes allés, vous êtes allés, ils sont allés, elles sont allées. The passé composé form of the verb parler. Parler is to speak or to talk. Okay, so let's discover it right now. First person, j'ai parlé. Tu as parlé. Il a parlé. Elle a parlé. Nous avons parlé. Vous avez parlé. Ils ont parlé. Elles ont parlé. Alright? So remember, passé composé, you've got to use two parts. The first one, avoir in that case, and then what we call participe passé. This participe passé form, as you can see, doesn't change for all the persons. You will have to put avoir at the present tense here. Okay? J'ai parlé. Tu as parlé. Il a parlé. Feminine form, elle a parlé. Nous avons parlé, little liaison here, nous avons parlé. Vous avez parlé, same thing here, little liaison. Ils ont parlé, same thing here, ils ont. Elles ont parlé. Okay, so we'll just see one more time the passé composé form of finir. Finir is to finish or to end, okay, and let's see how it goes. J'ai fini. J'ai fini. Tu as fini. Tu as fini. Il a fini. Feminine form, elle a fini. Nous avons fini. Nous avons fini. Vous avez fini. Vous avez fini. Ils ont fini. Elles ont fini. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Remember, as we saw previously, you've got avoir here, and then you've got fini. So this participe passé form, the second form that you've got to add to construct the passé composé. And fini doesn't change. It's here all the time, and it's written the same way. Okay, j'ai fini. Tu as fini. Il a fini. Elle a fini. Nous avons fini. Vous avez fini. Ils ont fini. Elles ont fini. Les unités de mesure. Okay, so let's start. 1 millimètre. Les millimètres. 1 centimètre. Les centimètres. 1 mètre. Les mètres. 1 kilomètre. Les kilomètres. 1 mètre carré. Les mètres carrés. 1 litre. Les litres. 1 gramme. Les grammes. 1 kilo. 1 kilogramme. Les kilos. Les kilogrammes. Les faux amis, so they look the same in English and in French, but then the meaning is different. Okay, so let's start now. And then the first one, it will be travailler. Travailler. Okay, remember when you get this I and then double L like that and a vowel. I. Travailler. Okay, travailler, and it means to work. Okay. Sympathique. Remember the H is not pronounced. Sympathique. Okay, and it means friendly, nice. Then rester. Rester. Regular verb from the first group, easy to conjugate. Rester, okay, and it means to stay, to remain. Then la monnaie. Monnaie, okay, final not pronounced. La monnaie, okay, and it means small change. Le magasin. Le magasin. Okay, remember you've got only one S between two vowels. Then you get the sound Z, alright? And then the ending here is IN, so it's nasal, goes in your nose, and it's un. Magasin, okay? And it's shop, alright? Then, la librairie, okay? Remember, I here, librairie, final not pronounced. La librairie, okay? And it's a bookshop. Then, la journée. La journée, final not pronounced, and it's day. Grand, final day not pronounced, okay? G-R, gr, 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 and then the nasal en, grand, okay? And it means big or tall. Then, gentil. So remember this final L is not pronounced. Gentil, gentil, and it's nice or kind. Then attendre, attendre. Remember, final you don't insist on it, it just gives you the possibility to pronounce the dr, dr. Okay, so attendre, attendre. Alright, and it's to wait. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, Leçon N. And in this lesson, we'll discover vocabulary regarding le corps humain. Le corps humain. So let's start now. La tête. La tête. L'épaule. L'épaule. Okay, so in that case I did put this F here just to indicate you that it's feminine, okay, because you cannot see it here with the article L, okay? L'épaule. La poitrine. La poitrine. Le tronc. Le tronc, okay, remember, final C is not pronounced here. Le tronc, okay? L'estomac. L'estomac, okay, same thing here, final C not pronounced, and then M means that this word, estomac, is masculine, okay? L'estomac. La hanche. La hanche. Remember, H here is not pronounced, so you get the sound en, hanche at the beginning. Le poignet. Le poignet. So this combination of ET at the end will basically open the sound. So you get poignet. Okay, remember, G-N, poignet, le poignet. La cuisse. La cuisse. Double S and then two vowels before and after. It will give you a really strong S sound, okay? Cuisse, cuisse, la cuisse. Le genou. Le genou. La jambe. La jambe. Okay, remember, A-M, when you combine these two, basically it's just like A-N, so it's nasal and it's en. Okay, so you get la jambe. La cheville. La cheville. Remember, double L like that after I. Cheville. Le pied. Le pied. Le dos. Le dos. Final S not pronounced. Okay? Le dos. Le cou. Le cou. Le bras. Le bras. Same thing here. Final S not pronounced. Le bras. Le coude. Le coude. So it's actually quite funny because the only difference between these two is this d at the end. Okay, so here in this one you've got le coup, okay, and then the second one here is le coude. Okay, remember, you don't insist on this final e, it only gives you the sound of d at the end. Le coude, okay. Le nombril, le nombril. Le doigt de pied, le doigt de pied. La main, la main. So this combination A-I-N is quite interesting because it will give you the sound un. So it's really a nasal, it goes in your nose, okay? And it's un, main, la main. Le doigt, le doigt. Okay, so don't be frightened by this G because basically you don't pronounce it and then the final T you don't pronounce it. So the only thing you get to pronounce is this combination of three letters, sorry, here, D, O, I, okay? O, I, it's wa, and then D, doigt. That's the only thing. Doigt, le doigt, okay? Le pouce, le pouce. L'ongle, l'ongle, okay, I forgot to write it, but it's masculine, okay, l'ongle. La peau, okay, remember this combination of three vowels, well, it's quite rare in France, but then, well, you can see it, but then, so the sound that you will have to pronounce when you've got these three vowels combined together, it's the sound O, okay, so really simple, O, okay, so you get la peau, okay, la peau. That's it. If you want more, then the address is here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here. If you want to see more material, then write me a beautiful letter or a mail. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Le visage, the face. So we just saw the human body previously, and so we'll continue with le visage, if that's okay with you. Let's hope so. So let's start now. Les sourcils. Les sourcils. Okay, so it's quite strange because you get this LS at the end, but then, well, you don't pronounce them. Les sourcils. L'œil. L'œil. Strange combination of vowels here, okay, and then you will get the sound and then y. Œil. Alright, and it's masculine, by the way. Un œil, l'œil. Okay. Plural form, les yeux. Okay, so that's the tricky thing when you compare the singular form and the plural form. Okay, so l'œil, singular, and then the plural, les yeux. Okay, you make this liaison between the two. Les yeux. Okay, final X not pronounced. Les yeux. Les cils. Les cils. Final S not pronounced. Les cils. La joue. La joue. Final E not pronounced here. La joue. La gorge. La gorge. Okay, remember when you get this combination G and O, you get the sound go, go. Okay, so gorge, and then G and E gives J. La gorge. La gorge. Le front. Final T not pronounced. Le front. Okay, remember this nasal on, on. Le front. Le menton. Okay, same thing here. So you get two nasal. The first one here, en, and then the second one here, on. Le menton. L'oreille. Remember, when you get this I, L, and then a vowel, it's I. L'oreille. Alright? And it's feminine, by the way. Une oreille, l'oreille. le nez. So remember when you get this combination, EZ here at the end of a word, it's E, le nez, le nez. La bouche. So remember, CH combined together will give you this sh sound. La bouche. Okay? La lèvre. Remember, accent grave here. Really open. La lèvre. La lèvre. La bouche. Again, I don't know why. Don't ask me. I was tired when I made this one. So, la bouche. One more time. La langue. Remember, when we've got this G and then U and then E, we get the sound G. G. Because when you combine this G and then E, remember it was the sound J. Okay, so you get to put this U between the two to get the sound G. G. So you get la langue. Langue. Okay? La dent. Final T not pronounced. La dent. Les cordes vocales. Les cordes vocales. So you can notice that as usual in French, you've got this mark of the plural at the end, S, and then S here as well, but you don't pronounce them, okay? Les cordes vocales. Indicateur de temps. So if you want to introduce some sentences or concept at the past, present, or future tenses, then you will have to use them. So let's start now with the past, le passé, okay? And then the first one is hier. Hier means yesterday, okay? Hier. So remember, this H here is not pronounced, okay? So hier. Then la semaine dernière, okay? So it's last week, okay? But then if you look carefully, we've got la semaine, so semaine means week, okay? And then dernière is coming after, okay? So la semaine dernière. And in that case, if you look carefully as well, you get dernière, so it's the feminine form, because la semaine, la is a feminine word. Okay, so la semaine dernière, last week. And then we've got this autrefois, so it could be translated like in olden days or in olden times, okay? Autrefois, so A-U, autrefois, final S not pronounced, okay? Autrefois. Then for the present now, we've got aujourd'hui means today. Okay, so don't be afraid by this word because it looks a bit scary if you look at it like that, but take the time to, well, divide it. So the first one, A-U-O, jour, and then dui, okay? H is not pronounced, so you only get this dui thing. Aujourd'hui, aujourd'hui, and it means today, okay? Then, cette semaine. Okay, so we've got here what we call adjective démonstratif. Okay, this, cette, okay, and it's at the feminine form, cette, and then semaine, week, this week, cette semaine. All right, and then maintenant, okay, normally we tend not to pronounce this okay, so we get this maintenant, maintenant, okay, now. For the future now, we've got demain, and it means tomorrow. Demain, remember, when you combine this A-I-N, you get the sound un. Demain, demain. Okay? Then, la semaine prochaine. So it's next week, okay? And as we had for the past tense here, we had la semaine dernière, okay? So last week, and dernière was coming after semaine, exactly the same concept. So you will have to put prochaine, so it's the feminine form here, after la semaine, okay? So next week, la semaine prochaine. And then bientôt, Okay, remember you put this accent circonflexe but you don't write it. You write it but you don't pronounce it. And then the final T is not pronounced. Bientôt, okay, and then you could translate this bientôt as soon. Okay, so something that will happen in the future. All right, so let's see them one more time. First one, hier. Second one, la semaine dernière. Then autrefois. Aujourd'hui, cette semaine, maintenant, or then maintenant, okay? Demain, la semaine prochaine, and then bientôt. L'expression de la quantité. So it's quite important, so I would like you to take a few minutes to watch carefully this video. And we'll start right now. L'expression de la quantité. So the first thing that we'll discover together, it's plusieurs. So plusieurs means several, okay? And so the way you will have to construct it is that after that you will have to add a noun, okay? But then keep in mind that it should be at the plural form, okay? So several, and then followed by a noun at the plural form. So let's see a few examples now. J'ai invité plusieurs amis. J'ai invité plusieurs amis. Okay, so remember, j'ai invité, so it's the past form of inviter, to invite. Okay, plusieurs, and then amis, friends. Okay, j'ai invité plusieurs amis. Second example, il y a, there is, plusieurs enfants, kids, dans le jardin, in the garden. Il y a plusieurs enfants dans le jardin. Okay? And then, elle a fait plusieurs gâteaux. So, faire here at the passé composé form. Plusieurs, faire, sorry, it means to do, okay? Plusieurs gâteaux, cake, okay? So, what you can see here is that ami here is with S, so it's the plural form, okay? Here, right after plusieurs, you've got enfant with S at the plural form, and then here you've got that gâteau with X, so it's the plural form. All right? So let's see now the second one. Quelques, you don't pronounce the final S here. Quelques means few, okay? And same thing as we had previously, you will have to add a noun at the plural form, okay? So let's see the first example. J'ai rencontré, rencontrer is to meet. So it's the past form. J'ai rencontré quelques collègues. J'ai rencontré quelques collègues. Okay, second example. Nous avons, so it's avoir, to have at the present form, quelques petits problèmes, petit, small, problème, problem, avec lui, with him. Nous avons quelques petits problèmes avec lui. Okay, and then the last example. Elle a mangé quelques bonbons. Oh, we get two dots here, I don't know why, but only one is enough. Elle a mangé quelques bonbons. Okay, so manger here is to eat, past form, and then bonbon, candies. So same thing here, if you look carefully, you've got collègue with S, so plural form. Okay, here it's quite interesting because we've got this adjective petit, small, little, but then it's still at the plural form with S, and problème at the plural form as well, okay? And then bonbon here at the plural form with S as well, okay? So now, other possibility would be ne, and then aucun masculine form, or aucune feminine form, so no or not any, okay? And after that you will have to put a name, or a noun, sorry, at the singular form. Okay, so ne aucun, ne aucune, plus a noun at the singular form. All right, so let's see the first example. Elle ne veut aucun conseil. Okay, so you can see here that it's elle ne veut, so she doesn't want. Okay, vouloir is to want. Aucun, so not any, no, and then conseil, it's advice. Okay, so elle ne veut aucun conseil. Other example, je n'ai eu aucun problème. Okay, so here, ai eu, so it's the verb to have at the passé composé form. Okay, je n'ai eu aucun problème. Problème, problem. So I didn't have any problem. Il ne fait aucune erreur. Il ne fait, faire is to do, and it's the present form, aucune erreur. Erreur is mistake. Alright? So, if you look carefully here, you get ne and then aucun. Okay, so that's the masculine form because conseil is a masculine word. Here, it's quite interesting because as usual in French, when we've got this ne and then we've got a vowel after, so it can be quite tricky. So in most of the cases, this will disappear. Okay, so you take it away, but then still aucun is coming here, all right, and then it's at the masculine form because problème is a masculine word, all right. And then the last example, well, you've got the first part, ne, okay, not modified because faire starts with F, so no problem. But then here you've got this aucune, okay, aucune. So because erreur is a feminine word, so you will have to put this aucune. All right. So let's proceed now. Un peu or peu, and it means a few or few. Okay. So we'll be constructed with la préposition de. So you will have to put this de after, and then you will have to put the noun without the article. Okay, so if you want to construct this a sentence with a few or few, so remember, un peu or then peu, then don't forget to put this de and the noun without the article. Okay? Then if you want to use this autant, it means as much. Same construction, you will have to put this de and the name, or the noun, sorry, without the article. Alright, so as much, we use this autant, de, and the noun without the article. Alright? If you want to use moins, moins means less. Same thing here, you will have to use de after, and the noun without the article. Alright, so remember, less, in French it's moins, de, and the noun without the article. If you want to use plus, more, okay, in some cases you will have to pronounce it plus, okay, so you will see that a bit later. De, and then the noun without the article. Alright, remember, more, plus, or then plus, de, and the noun without the article. If you want to use beaucoup, beaucoup means a lot of. It looks a bit strange, huh? Beaucoup, like that. Remember, you don't pronounce the final P, okay? And then you get this combination of vowels, E, A, U, and you get the sound O. So technically it's beaucoup, okay? So it's not difficult to produce orally. Beaucoup, a lot of, okay? Same construction, you will have to put de after, and then the noun without the article, okay? A lot of, beaucoup, de, and the noun without the article. If you want to use trop, and trop means too many, okay? Then you will have to put de and the noun without the article, okay? Remember, too many, trop, don't pronounce the final P. Trop, de, and the noun without the article. Alright? And then assez. Assez means enough, okay? Assez. Remember, two vowels here, a and then e, and then double s, so it's really strong, the s. Assez, assez, okay? Assez, so same construction, de, and the name, or the noun without the article. Okay, so enough, assez, de, and the noun without the article. Well, we'll see few colors, les couleurs, okay? So not all the colors because we're just starting, okay? So let's see what we've got. Blanc, blanche. Okay, so I wanted to put for each color the masculine form here and then the feminine form here. Okay, so here masculine, blanc, don't pronounce the final C, and then blanche. Okay, remember when you combine this CH, you get the sound sh, blanche. Okay, so blanc, blanche. Noir, noir. So it's quite funny because you will have to add this E at the end of noir for the feminine form, but then you don't pronounce it. Okay, so phonetically it is exactly the same. Noir, noir. Okay? Gris, don't pronounce the S, but then for the feminine form, grise. Remember? Grise. Alright? So when you add this E, basically it gives you the pronunciation or the possibility to pronounce the previous letter here. It's Z, grise. Alright? So gris, masculine form, feminine form, grise. Bleu, bleu. So same thing that we had for noir, you just add this E at the end, but then you don't pronounce it. Bleu, bleu. Alright? So let's see them one more time. Blanc, blanche. Noir, noir. Gris, grise. Bleu, bleu. Okay? So let's continue. Bleu foncé. Bleu foncé. Okay, so foncé, this adjective, well, basically it will be like dark. Okay, bleu foncé. Bleu clair. So same thing here. This clair adjective is like light. Okay, bleu clair. Jaune. Okay, so it will be the same at the masculine and the feminine form. Jaune. Jaune. Rouge. So same thing here, same form for the masculine and the feminine. Rouge. Remember, G-E, je. Rouge. Vert. So masculine form, don't pronounce the final T. Vert. Feminine form, verte. So listen carefully. I don't say te, but it's t. Verte. Verte. Okay, so as usual, this final E only gives you the possibility to pronounce this t. Verte. Okay? Marron. Same thing for the masculine and the feminine form. Marron. Les verbes impersonnels, so they are really useful and it's quite important to see them. And so we'll focus on three verbs. The first one, être, to be. Second one, faire, to do. And the last one, avoir, to have. Okay? And so the important thing with this concept or this idea, les verbes impersonnels, is that, well, you will see in the examples, they are not connected to a person, and that's the main concept. So even if in French we use this il, so the pronom personnel il, okay, technically if you want to translate that directly in English, it would be translated by it, okay, but then in French we use this il instead of it, okay. So let's see now for être, for instance. So if you use this il est, you will use this structure if you want to talk about the time. Okay, for instance, we've got the first example here. Il est tard. Tard is late. Okay, so il est tard. It is late. Il est tard. Okay, so even if we use this il, so it doesn't have the concept of he as normally we have. Okay, it's really this impersonal form. Okay, and then il est tôt. It is early. Okay, same thing. That's the reason why we use this il form when we put when we give the time. Okay, il est 12 heures, or then il est midi, 12 hours. Okay, and then this midi, it's noon. Okay, so il est 12 heures, il est midi. All right. Second example is faire, and then it's really useful to use this faire. So il fait, if you want to talk about the weather, pour parler du temps, okay, pour parler du temps. So for instance, il fait chaud, okay, chaud, warm, hot, okay. So il fait chaud. So if you want to say it is hot, it is warm, then that's the structure you will have to use. Same thing if you want to say that it is cold, okay, froid is cold, il fait froid, okay. Il fait chaud, il fait froid. All right? And then, if you want to talk about the weather, okay, in that case it's beau, okay, it's a nice weather. Il fait beau, okay. The opposite, mauvais, bad. Il fait mauvais. All right? Il fait chaud, il fait froid, il fait beau, so it's a beautiful weather. Il fait mauvais, it's a bad weather. Okay, and the last one, avoir. Avoir, so if you, well, we did introduce that a little bit earlier, but then this il y a structure is quite useful because you can, well, situer dans l'espace, parler du temps, parler de l'heure. So if you want to locate into space, say where things are, or then parler du temps, talk about the weather, or then parler de l'heure, talk about the time. So that's the structure you will have to use, this il y a, il y a. Okay, so let's see one example. Il y a un parc ici. Okay, so there is un parc, ici, here. Il y a des nuages, clouds. Il y a des nuages. So even if we've got this il y a, okay, remember that it can be for the singular, or then it can be for the plural as well. So this a won't change. Il y a des nuages. Il y a du soleil, sun. Il y a du soleil. So there is sun. Il y a de la neige, snow. Il y a de la neige. Okay? And then, if you want to talk about the time or a period, il y a 15 ans. So in that case, it's quite interesting because when we use this il y a 15 ans, technically it's 15 years ago. So this il y a will mean ago. Il y a 15 ans, j'ai voyagé en Chine. Okay, voyager is to travel. You've got the passé composé form here. En Chine, in China. Il y a 15 ans, j'ai voyagé en Chine. So let's see them one more time. Il y a un parc ici. Il y a des nuages. Il y a du soleil. Il y a de la neige. Il y a 15 ans, j'ai voyagé en Chine. Les démonstratifs. Les démonstratifs, so we'll see two types of demonstrative. The first one will be adjectif, démonstratif, okay? And then the second one will be pronom démonstratif. All right, so let's start. So we'll see for the adjective démonstratif, the masculine singular form, feminine singular form, masculine plural form, and then feminine plural form. Okay? Masculin singulier, féminin singulier, masculin pluriel, and then féminin pluriel. So let's see how they are. So when we talk about les démonstratifs, technically it would be translated in English like this. Okay? But then, of course, we've got in French the difference between the masculine and the feminine form, and then masculine plural and feminine plural. Okay, so we'll see them now. The first one, so for the masculine, so this okay, adjective will be translated in French with ce, so it's the basic form, or cette. Okay, so you will have to use this second option here, this set, when you will have a name or a noun after that will start whether with a vowel, or then with H plus a vowel. Okay, remember this H letter in French is not really pronounced. Okay, so it does indicate to you that when you get a word starting with the sound of a vowel, then you will have to use this set adjective. Okay, and then feminine form is set, like that. So it's quite interesting because if you listen carefully, the masculine form here, set, and the feminine form here, set, you write them differently, but then you pronounce them the same way. All right? For the plural form, so masculine plural, it would be c'est, okay? And then feminine plural, good news, it's the same. So we've got one form here, ce, and the option set, when you've got a noun starting with a vowel after, and then set, feminine form, and for the plural you've got only one form, okay, and it's c'est. Okay, remember, open, c'est, okay? One example, ce livre. So this book, okay, livre is book. Here, livre is masculine, so you will have to use the ce, okay? And then it doesn't start with the sound of a vowel, so it's the basic ce. This book, ce livre. And now we've got ordinateur. Ordinateur is a masculine word, means computer, okay? But then if you look carefully, it starts with O, okay, a vowel. So this ce ordinateur wouldn't be possible, so we've got to use the second option, as we saw previously, so it's cet, written like that, okay? Cet ordinateur, this computer. Third possibility here, we've got homme, man, okay? But then O is here, we've got this H letter. Remember, H is not pronounced, okay? So you've got the sound of O at the beginning of this word, okay? Cet homme, so that's the reason why you will have to use the cet. So it's masculine, but still cet homme. So now, feminine word, femme, woman. No problem about that because we've got only one option for this at the feminine form, and it's cette, written like that. Cette femme. Same thing here, if you've got a word like organisation, well, it's the same in English. So it starts with a vowel, but it doesn't change anything for the feminine demonstrative here. Okay, cette organisation, cette organisation. And then plural, so whether it's masculine, so we've got friends here at the masculine form, so masculine plural, and then friends here at the feminine plural form, okay, but then the adjective demonstrative here, as you can see, will be the same. Ses amis, ses amis. All right, and it's quite funny in a way because if you only listen to these two things here, ses amis and then ses amis, you don't have really any phonetical information regarding the fact whether it's masculine or feminine. That's the way it is. Sorry about that. But, so let's continue now with le démonstratif. So we'll see now the pronouns, okay? So same thing, we'll see the masculin singulier, then féminin singulier, then masculin pluriel, and then féminin pluriel, okay? So pronouns, okay, so it does mean that you will have to use these pronouns instead of the name, okay? So for the masculine form, we will have celui-ci and then celui-là. Okay, so we'll see the difference of use, but then celui-ci, celui-là. In English, it would be directly translated as this one. Okay, so you don't want to repeat the name or the thing that was previously stated, so you use this one. Okay. In English, it's easier. In French, it's a bit more tricky because we will have this celui, okay? and then si and la. So you'll see that normally si is coming first and then la is coming next. Okay, celui-ci, celui-là, this one. All right. Same thing with the feminine form, celle-ci, celle-là. All right. And then for the masculine plural, ceux-ci. Okay, remember final X is not pronounced, so you get the sound ce, ceux-ci, and then ceux-là. All right. Feminine plural, celle-ci. Okay, don't pronounce the final S. Celle-ci, celle-là. All right. So let's see a few examples now. So if you ask a question, quel est mon livre? Okay, what is my book, or which one is my book? All right, and then the answer could be votre livre, your book, c'est celui-ci, this one. Okay, votre livre, c'est celui-ci. Okay, and then normally when you talk or when you say that, you tend to indicate that with your finger as well. So you point the book. Votre livre, c'est celui-ci. Où est ma place? Where is my seat? Où est ma place? C'est celle-là. Okay, same thing. You tend to point it at the same time. Okay, c'est celle-là. All right. So you've got to remember that we will have the difference between the masculine, the feminine. Okay, so singular and plural, and then we'll have the difference between this si, okay, the first option, the nearest one, okay, and then this la, second option, so it's not the nearest one, okay. La description avec c'est. So let's start. So if you want to use this c'est option to make a description, so c'est technically would be directly translated as it is or this is, okay? But then in French, you will have to add after that the adjective, but the adjective should be all the time at the masculine form. Okay, so remember, if you want to describe something, okay, you can use this c'est, and that's really, you know, a common way to describe things. Okay, it is, this is, but then remember, the adjective that will come after should be at the masculine form. Okay, so we'll see a few examples now, and the first one would be the option to describe un lieu, a place. Okay, so let's see now. C'est chaud. Okay, it is hot. Warm, could be an option as well. C'est chaud, it's warm. Okay, c'est froid, cold. It is cold. C'est beau. Beau is beautiful. Okay, and then c'est tranquille, quiet. Okay, so what you can see here is that we've got adjectives like chaud, froid, beau, and then tranquille. They are all at the masculine form. Okay, even if, I mean, the place would be feminine and you want to describe it, remember that it should be all the time at the masculine form. Okay, let's see another example. So if you want to describe a situation, for instance, okay, it would be an option. So idéal, ideal, c'est idéal. Formidable, c'est formidable. C'est parfait. So it's perfect. And then c'est injuste. Injuste, the opposite is of juste, okay? And it's not fair, unfair, okay? So c'est idéal, c'est formidable, c'est parfait, c'est injuste. Same thing here, okay? Remember that all these adjectives are at the feminine form. Okay, let's continue now and see. So it could be for an object as well. You could describe an object, un objet. So let's see now. C'est cher. Cher is expensive. C'est cher. C'est utile. Utile, useful. C'est beau. Beautiful. C'est adapté. Adapted. Okay? C'est cher, c'est utile, c'est beau, c'est adapté. Remember, all these adjectives are at the the masculine form. I'm getting tired now. All right, so at the masculine form, like I did say previously. Okay, so let's see now another option. So if you want to describe a dish, okay, you're eating and you want to describe a dish, un plat, okay, so c'est très bon, okay, très is very, and then bon is good, okay, c'est très bon. C'est bon marché. Bon marché, it's actually quite interesting. I mean, this adjective here, so it's a composed adjective, and it means cheap, okay, c'est bon marché. C'est salé. So remember, it's quite important because we've got the same adjective here without the accent. So if you don't put the accent, it means dirty, and then you pronounce it sale. But in that case here, okay, you put the accent, and it's quite important because in that case it means salted, okay? Salé, okay? C'est salé. C'est délicieux. C'est délicieux, okay? And then same thing here. If you look, all these adjectives, they are at the masculine form, okay? So the second option would be to put this structure at the negative form, which is not that difficult because technically you just keep, well, your structure, you just add as usual the first ne and then pas before and after the verb, okay? Then same thing here, you will put this adjective at the masculine form, okay? So we will basically just see one more time all the examples we had previously, but then at the negative form. So if you want to describe a place, ce n'est pas chaud, ce n'est pas froid, ce n'est pas beau, ce n'est pas tranquille. Situation, ce n'est pas idéal, ce n'est pas formidable, ce n'est pas parfait, ce n'est pas injuste. An object, ce n'est pas cher, ce n'est pas utile, ce n'est pas beau, ce n'est pas adapté. And then a dish, ce n'est pas très bon, ce n'est pas bon marché, ce n'est pas salé, ce n'est pas délicieux. La salle de séjour. So let's start now. Le rideau. Le fauteuil. So remember, it's a bit tricky, this word. Fauteuil. Teuil. Fauteuil. Le fauteuil. Le coussin. La cheminée. La télévision. Okay, one more time. Le rideau, le fauteuil, le coussin, la cheminée, la télévision. Le lecteur DVD. Le lecteur de CD. La table basse. Le lustre. Le cendrier. Okay, one more time. Le lecteur DVD. Le lecteur de CD. La table basse. Le lustre. Le cendrier. Le sol. La table. Le tapis. Le canapé. La bibliothèque. One more time. Le sol. la table, le tapis, remember final S not pronounced, le tapis, le canapé, la bibliothèque, la cuisine. So in the previous lesson we were in la salle de séjour and now we're still in the house, but it's la cuisine. So let's discover what we have. La cuisine. Le congélateur. Le réfrigérateur. Le frigo. L'évier. L'étagère. Okay, so let's repeat them. La cuisine. Le congélateur. Le réfrigérateur. Le frigo. L'évier. L'étagère. L'égouttoir. L'armoire murale. Le four. La cuisinière. Le lave-vaisselle. Okay, let's see them one more time. L'égouttoir. L'armoire murale. Le four. La cuisinière. Le lave-vaisselle. Le chauffe-eau. La théière. La cafetière. La louche. L'entonnoir. Okay, let's see them one more time. Le chauffe-eau. La théière. La cafetière. La louche. L'entonnoir. Le décapsuleur. L'ouvre-boîte. Le tire-bouchon. Le presse-citron. La passoire. All right, let's repeat them together. Le décapsuleur. L'ouvre-boîte. Le tire-bouchon. Le presse-citron. La passoire. La râpe. Le couteau. Le casse-noix. Le hachoir. Le rouleau à pâtisserie. Okay, let's see them. La râpe. Le couteau. Le casse-noix. Le hachoir. Le rouleau à pâtisserie. Les fruits et légumes, so fruits and vegetables. So I hope you're ready because we are starting right now. Les fruits. L'orange. So I did put this little F just to indicate you that it's feminine. Okay? L'orange. La pomme. La pêche. Le melon. Okay, so les fruits, l'orange, la pomme, la pêche, le melon. L'ananas. Le pamplemousse. La pastèque. La banane. La figue. All right. L'ananas, le pamplemousse, la pastèque, la banane, la figue.
la prune, la mandarine, le citron, l'abricot, la cerise, la prune, la mandarine, le citron, l'abricot. So by the way, I didn't put it, but it's masculine, just for your information. La cerise, la poire, le raisin, le marron, la date, la poire, le raisin, le marron, la date. Les baies, la fraise, la framboise, la groseille à maquereau, la groseille rouge. I just noticed that I've been making a little mistake here. Sorry about that. Les baies, la fraise, la framboise, la groseille à maquereau, la groseille rouge. La myrtille, la mûre des marais, la canneberge, le cassis, l'érelle rouge, la myrtille, la mûre des marais, la canneberge, le cassis, l'érelle rouge. La courgette, le haricot vert, le concombre, la salade, la carotte, la courgette, le haricot vert, le concombre, la salade, la carotte, l'asperge, le navet, le petit pois, l'ail, la lentille, l'asperge, le navet, le petit pois, l'ail, la lentille, le haricot, la fève, l'artichaut, l'oignon, le chou, le haricot, la fève, l'artichaut. So for your information, artichaut is masculine. L'oignon, same thing for oignon, it's masculine. Le chou. La tomate, le chou-fleur, la pomme de terre, le poivron, l'aubergine, la tomate, le chou-fleur, la pomme de terre, le poivron, l'aubergine. For your information, aubergine is a feminine word. L'épinard, le fenouil, le champignon. L'épinard, so it's masculine, le fenouil, le champignon.
Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon F. And in this lesson we'll discover together les comparatifs. So if you want to compare in French, well, this is the lesson you should definitely watch. So in this lesson, we'll discover three types of structures. The first one, avec un nom, with the noun. Second one,
avec un adjectif, with an adjective, and the last one avec un verbe, with a verb. Okay, so if you want to compare with these structures, then we'll start with the first one, avec un nom. Okay, so if you want to compare with a noun, then remember that if you want to say more, then you will have to use this plus, de, and then here you will put your noun, after that followed by que, than, and the rest of the structure. Okay, let's see one example. J'ai plus de chance que vous. J'ai plus de chance que vous. Okay, chance is luck. Okay, j'ai plus de chance que vous. Vous is you. All right. Il a plus d'amis que moi. Il a plus d'amis que moi. Amis, friends. Nous avons plus de livres que. Nous avons plus de livres que. Okay, so if I want to be really honest, and I will be, there is a strange thing in French language with this plus. Okay, because in some cases you will have to pronounce the final S, and in other cases you won't. So what I would advise you to do, because we are at a beginning stage, it would be to pronounce it each time, especially with this type of structure. So if you want to construct it followed by a noun, then in that case my advice would be pronounce it. Okay. After that, if you get the chance to go in French-speaking countries or meet French-speaking persons, then you can listen to them and you will learn how to use it or not. Okay, but the first advice would be, if you're using this kind of structure with nouns, then pronounce it. Okay, so let's see now if you want to say as. Okay, so if you want to compare, so it would be autant de followed by the noun, then with this que, than, and you continue your structure. Okay, j'ai autant de chance que vous. Okay, so I kept exactly the same sentences just to make it more clear. Okay, j'ai autant de chance que vous. Il a autant d'amis que moi. Il a autant d'amis que moi. Okay, so as usual in French, you know, you get this de here, but then if the word, you know, coming right after is starting with a vowel or sh plus a vowel, then you should definitely take this away. Okay, il a autant d'amis que moi. Nous avons autant de livres que. Okay, and then same thing here, as you can see here, you get this que. Okay, but then followed by a vowel. In that case, needs to go away, and then you get this que. All right. Then if you want to say less, it's moins in French, so no discussion about the S here. Don't pronounce it, okay? Moins de, and then you put your noun, que, than, and the rest of the structure. So let's see. J'ai moins de chance que vous. J'ai moins de chance que vous. Il a moins d'amis que moi. Il a moins d'amis que moi. Nous avons moins de livres que. Nous avons moins de livres que. Alright, so that's it. Now let's see if you want to compare and use a structure with an adjective. Donc avec un adjectif, okay. First structure, if you want to use this more, okay, so you will use this plus, and in that case you don't pronounce the S, okay, plus. Then you put your adjective, and after that you put this que, than, and the rest of the sentence. Okay, so let's see now. Elle est plus rapide que moi. Rapide is fast. Okay, elle est plus rapide que moi. Il est plus fort que son frère. Fort is strong. Il est plus fort que son frère. Nous sommes plus intéressés que vous. Okay, and in that case, well, you make this little link, little liaison between the two, so you hear a little bit this S, okay? Nous sommes plus intéressés que vous. Alright, so let's see them one more time. Elle est plus rapide que moi. Il est plus fort que son frère. Nous sommes plus intéressés que vous. Alright? And then, aussi, then you put your adjective, que, then, and the rest of the sentence. Okay, so the same examples. Elle est aussi rapide que moi. Il est aussi fort que son frère. Nous sommes aussi intéressés que vous. Okay, so I'll repeat them. Elle est aussi rapide que moi. Il est aussi fort que son frère. Nous sommes aussi intéressés que vous. All right? And then, moins, same thing here. Remember, we don't pronounce the final S. Then you put the adjective que, then, and the rest of the sentence. Okay? Elle est moins rapide que moi. Il est moins fort que son frère. Nous sommes moins intéressés que vous. Okay, one more time. Elle est moins rapide que moi. Il est moins fort que son frère. Nous sommes moins intéressés que vous. All right? And so the last structure, if you want to compare with a verb, then in that case, remember, plus will be with the S. So pronounce it plus que. Okay, let's see now. Elle parle plus que toi. Elle parle plus que toi. Il mange plus que son frère. Il mange plus que son frère. Nous voyageons plus que vous. Nous voyageons plus que vous. Okay, so let's repeat them. Elle parle plus que toi. Il mange plus que son frère. Nous voyageons plus que vous. And then, autant que. All right? So it goes like, elle parle autant que toi. Il mange autant que son frère. Nous voyageons autant que vous. All right, so let's repeat them one more time. Elle parle autant que toi. Il mange autant que son frère. Nous voyageons autant que vous. And the last one. Moins que. Elle parle moins que toi. Il mange moins que son frère. Nous voyageons moins que vous. One more time. Elle parle moins que toi. Il mange moins que son frère. Nous voyageons moins que vous. And this is it. Okay, the next lesson is here on YouTube/Imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon G, and in this lesson we'll see together, let me click, le passé composé of the verb faire. Faire is to do, and then we'll see together the passé composé form. So we did introduce the passé composé in the unit 5, okay, but I just want to check and make it clear that everything is okay for you. So we'll start with faire. It will be quite fast, but still quite useful. Let's start. J'ai fait. Tu as fait. Il a fait. Elle a fait. Nous avons fait. Vous avez fait. Ils ont fait. Elles ont fait. Alright, so to make it clear, one more time, remember that in most of the cases for the passé composé, you will have to use avoir at the present form, followed by this participe passé form. So if you're not sure how to construct that, check unité 5 and then you will see the lesson that explains everything, okay? But then we'll repeat it one more time. J'ai fait. So remember, final T is not pronounced. J'ai fait. Tu as fait. Il a fait. Elle a fait. Nous avons fait. Little link between the two. Nous avons fait. Same thing here. Vous avez fait. And same thing here. Ils ont. Ils ont fait. Elles ont fait. Alright? So that's it. It was the verb faire at the passé composé. Really important. If that's okay with you and if it's clear, then you can continue. And the website is youtube.com/imagier. Or then more material, imagier.net. Have a great day. Au revoir. Well, basically it's for important verbs, and this one, venir, to come, is quite important, especially because it's a bit tricky in a way. So we'll see why. Je suis venu. Tu es venu. Il est venu. Elle est venue. Nous sommes venus. Vous êtes venus. Ils sont venus. Elles sont venues. Okay, so if you remember carefully when we introduced the passé composé construction in the Unit 5, I told you that most of the verbs were constructed with avoir, but then we had the list of the verbs that requires this être verb. Venir is among them, okay? So that's the reason why you put être here at the present form, okay? And then remember that if you get to put être, then have a look at the feminine form here. You will have to add this final e, okay, feminine singular. But then for the plural form, you will have to add this s here, here, okay? And then for the feminine plural, you will have to add this es. All right, but then the good news, there is a good news, yes. It's that you don't pronounce them. So basically you get the pronunciation venu, 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 and then the same thing, venu, you don't pronounce this final Venu, you don't pronounce the final S. Venu, you don't pronounce the final S either. Same thing here, venu, and same thing here, venu, you don't pronounce S. So phonetically, you only have one way to pronounce it. But remember, if you want to write correctly, you will have to put E for the feminine, S for the plural, ES for the feminine plural. Okay, let's repeat them one more time. Je suis venu. Tu es venu. Il est venu. Elle est venue. Nous sommes venus. Vous êtes venus. Ils sont venus. Elles sont venues. So we'll see together le passé composé form of pouvoir, pouvoir, can, and then we'll see how it goes at the past form, this passé composé form. Okay? So, j'ai pu, tu as pu, il a pu, elle a pu, nous avons pu, vous avez pu, ils ont pu, elles ont pu. Okay, so if you remember carefully, as I said in Unit 5 when I introduced this passé composé form, most of the verbs are using avoir at the present form, so that's the case here. And then after that you've got to put the participe passé. Same thing, it was introduced in Unit 5, so check it if you want. And then for pouvoir, it's a bit tricky because pouvoir becomes pu, like that, only 2 letters, okay? But then it doesn't change. If you look carefully, then it's always the same form, okay? So let's see them together. J'ai pu, tu as pu, remember, you don't pronounce the S here. Il a pu, elle a pu. Nous avons pu, little link, little liaison between the two. Nous avons pu. Vous avez pu, same thing here, little liaison between the two. Ils ont pu, same thing here. Elles ont pu. Le passé composé, and the verb is attendre. Attendre is to wait, okay? And so we'll see the past form. So it's just some reviews that we are doing, but they are really important. So let's see how it goes now. J'ai attendu. Tu as attendu. Il a attendu. Elle a attendu. Nous avons attendu. Vous avez attendu. Ils ont attendu. Elles ont attendu. Alright, so if you remember, when I introduced the passé composé form, I told you that most of the verbs are using this avoir verb at the present form and then the participe passé. Okay, in that case, attendre becomes attendu at the participe passé, and then that's the form you will have to add at the end, and it doesn't change here, as you can see. J'ai attendu, tu as attendu, il a attendu, elle a attendu, nous avons attendu, so two liaisons here, nous avons attendu. Nous avons attendu, vous avez attendu, same thing here, vous avez attendu, okay? Vous avez attendu, then same thing here. Ils ont attendu, okay? Liaison here as well. Ils ont attendu, okay? But make it fast. Ils ont attendu, elles ont attendu. The passé composé of répondre. Répondre is to answer, and it's quite useful. So let's see how it goes for the passé composé form. J'ai répondu. Tu as répondu. Il a répondu. Elle a répondu. Nous avons répondu. Vous avez répondu. Ils ont répondu. Elles ont répondu. Alright, so it's not that difficult. Keep in mind that répondre, so the infinitive form, becomes répondu at the participe passé form. Okay, so this form that you will have to add each time here doesn't change. You know, you don't put the feminine form or the plural form. You just keep it like that. Okay, so let's see them one more time. J'ai répondu. Tu as répondu. Il a répondu. Elle a répondu. Nous avons répondu. Vous avez répondu. Ils ont répondu. Elles ont répondu. Okay? Le passé composé, but this time it will be for the verb partir. Partir is to leave. Okay? And then you'll see that it goes like that. Je suis parti. Tu es parti. Il est parti. Elle est partie. Nous sommes partis, vous êtes partis, ils sont partis, elles sont parties. Okay? Remember, partir belongs to this group of verbs that requires to use être instead of avoir for the passé composé form. And for that reason, you will have here, for example, when you've got the feminine form, you will have to put this final at the end of your participe passé form. Okay? If that's plural, like it is here, you will have to add s. Okay? And if it's feminine plural, you will have to add this s at the end of your participe passé form. But when it comes to phonetics, so what you will pronounce, the good news is that you won't pronounce these s or es. Okay, so it will go like parti, parti, and then here same thing, parti, parti, and parti. Okay, so phonetically it's not that difficult, but then if you want to write correctly, remember to put for the feminine form, s for the plural form, es for the feminine plural form. Okay, so let's see that together. Je suis parti. Tu es parti. Il est parti. Elle est partie. Nous sommes partis. Vous êtes partis. Ils sont partis. Elles sont parties. Okay, that's it. youtube.com/imagier. Next lesson is waiting for you, and then the website is here, www.imagier.net. Au revoir. Le passé composé of the verb savoir. Savoir is to know. It's quite used and quite useful, okay? But then keep in mind that this lesson regarding passé composé is the last one, okay? So if you're not sure how to make it, remember that in Unit 5, I did a big lesson regarding le passé composé. And then in Unit 6, few verbs were, well, it was possible to see them, okay? But then after that, we won't see le passé composé again. Alright, so let's start now. Le passé composé, savoir, goes like j'ai su. Tu as su. Il a su. Elle a su. Nous avons su. Vous avez su. Ils ont su. Elles ont su. Alright, so for the last time, in most of the cases for the verbs, we will use avoir and then we'll use the participe passé form. In that case, savoir becomes su. Okay, so that's the reason why that's the form that you will see at the end of each forms here. Okay, and then avoir should be at the present form. Alright, j'ai su, tu as su, il a su, elle a su, nous avons su, vous avez su, ils ont su, elles ont su. Futur simple, so basically it's the future tense, okay? When you want to express something that you will do, let's see how we will make it in French. So we'll see the difference between the three groups of verbs that we've got in French. The first group is ending with er. Remember, parler, to talk, to speak. So the idea is that in that case, for this group, you don't change anything. So you just keep the basic form, the infinitive form, all right? And after that, you will put at the end ai for je. Okay, so this will be your ending. So you just don't touch the verb, don't touch the infinitive form, you just put at the end this ending, okay? Second group of verbs, finir, to finish, to end. Well, the good news is that it will behave the same way as for the first group of verb. You don't modify anything, you just keep your infinitive form and you will put the ending ai here as well. So you get je parlerai and then you will get je finirai. So it's not that difficult for these two first group, okay? The third group, it's a bit more tricky, of course, as usual, because we're talking about irregular verbs, okay? But still, I took this lire. Lire is to read, okay? And then you can see that it's ending with this so the vowel okay? As usual, what we'll do, we'll take this away. So we get now L-I-R, and after that, we just put the ending. Je lirai. Alright? So it will apply for most of the verbs. Of course, because it's French language, it's not all the verbs. We've got exceptions, but we'll see the exceptions a bit later in this lesson. But still, that's the idea of constructing it. If it's ending with this vowel, take it away. Alright? You get that. And after that, you just put the ending. Alright? So, let's see. The ending for je will be ai. Alright? And you pronounce it e. Remember, open e. Okay? The ending for tu will be as. You don't pronounce the s, so you pronounce a. Alright? The ending for il, elle will be a. Okay? Phonetically, exactly the same thing as for tu. Okay? A. The ending for nous will be ons, as usual. Okay? Remember, you don't pronounce the final s, you get the on sound. Okay? Nasal in your nose, on. Alright? The ending for vous will be, as usual, a z, but then you pronounce it e. Okay? And then the ending for il, elle will be ONT. You don't pronounce the final T, so you get the nasal on. Alright? So, est, a, on, et, on. Okay? So let's see how it will go with parler, parler to speak, to talk. Okay? Je parlerai. Tu parleras. Il parlera. Elle parlera. Nous parlerons. Vous parlerez. Ils parleront. Elles parleront. Alright? So as I said, just keep your basic form and just put your endings. Okay? Et, a, on, et, on. That's it. Let's see now. Choisir, to choose. Second group of verbs. Je choisirai. Tu choisiras. Il choisira. Elle choisira. Nous choisirons. Vous choisirez. Ils choisiront. Elles choisiront. Same thing. Remember, just keep the infinitive form, the basic form, and just put your endings at the end. Et, a, on, et, on. Okay? Let's see now. Écrire. Écrire is to write. Okay, so third group, but then remember, as we saw with lire, lire, we took away this final e, okay? And only with the first part, we just add after that the endings. So, j'écrirai, tu écriras, il écrira, elle écrira, nous écrirons, vous écrirez, ils écriront, elles écriront. Alright? So it's not that difficult, okay? As I said, you take away the e, and after that, est, a, on, et, on. Alright? So, of course, we've got some exceptions, as I said. The first one is être. Être will become sœur. So the important thing with the futur simple is that the verb will change, but the endings will be the same. Okay, so the endings we saw previously will be exactly the same. Okay, so the only thing that you've got to remember is that être will become sœur. So that's the part that you will have to put, and then you will combine it with the ending, and it will become je serai. Okay, remember, ending for je was ai, je serai. Okay, avoir is becoming or. Okay, so tu auras. Aller will become ir. Il ira, elle ira. Faire will become faire, F-E-R. So you will get nous ferons. Savoir will become saur, S-A-U-R. Vous saurez. Voir will become ver. Ils verront, elles verront. Alright, so remember, être is becoming sœur, avoir becomes or, aller, ir, faire, faire, savoir, sort, voir, ver. Okay, but then after all these forms, you will just put the normal endings that we saw previously. So AI for je, AS for a, ONS, EZ, ONT. Other exceptions, pouvoir will become pour. Je pourrais. Vouloir, voudre. Tu voudras. Pleuvoir, pleuvre. Il pleuvra. Devoir, d'œuvre. Nous devrons. venir, viendre, vous viendrez. Courir, court, il, elle courront. Okay? So pouvoir is becoming pour, and it means can. Vouloir, voudre, to want. Pleuvoir, to rain, pleuvre. Devoir, to have to, d'œuvre. Venir, to come, viendre. Courir, to run, court. Okay? And then, as we saw previously, you only add after the endings. Alright? So, remember one more time. Je, ending for je is AI. Tu, ending for tu is AS. Il, elle, A. Nous, ONS. Vous, EZ. Il, elle, ONT. Okay? So, est, a, on, et, on. Le pronom complément en. So let's see now. We can use this pronom complément en whether with an article partitif, so this some concept, or then it can be an article indéfini, a. In English it would be a, un, une, or then it can be at the negative form, so that's what we'll see, and then we'll start first with l'article partitif. Okay, so let's see now how we can make it. So if you have a question like Nicolas mange du pain, so of course first possibility that you could have would be to answer oui, Nicolas mange du pain. So manger is to eat, du pain, some bread. Okay, in that case, that's really the partitive form. Okay, so you don't want to specify the quantity, but it's some. Okay, so of course, the first option that you would have would be to answer like that. Oui, Nicolas mange du pain. So you repeat everything. Normally, that's not the way we will do, because we tend to replace things with pronouns when it's possible. Okay, so the first option would be to replace Nicolas in that case. You don't want to repeat Nicolas, so you can say oui, il, he, instead of Nicolas because it's masculine, mange du pain. So that's the first step. Okay, the second step, you want to replace this du pain. Okay, so this partitive thing, and that's when this pronoun en is used. Alright, so oui, il, en mange. Okay, so in that case you use this il just to avoid repeating Nicolas because it was previously stated, and then you want to use this en, the pronoun, just to avoid repeating du pain because it was in the question. Okay, oui, il en mange. So remember that this en pronoun should be before the verb. Okay, so let's see now another example. In the first example we had the masculine form, and now I wrote same sentence, but then here we've got de la salade. Okay, salade is feminine word, so in that case it's not du, but then it's de la. Okay, but still it's the partitive form, some. Okay, Nicolas mange de la salade. Okay, so as we saw, first option would be oui, Nicolas mange de la salade, so you repeat the whole sentence. Second option, you don't want to repeat Nicolas, oui, il mange de la salade. Okay, and the last option, you don't want to repeat either Nicolas nor de la salade, so you've got oui, il en mange. Okay, let's see now if you've got de l'eau. Nicolas boit de l'eau. Oui, Nicolas boit de l'eau. Second option, you don't want to repeat Nicolas. Oui, il boit de l'eau. Third option, oui, il en boit. Okay, same rule, en goes before the verb. Boire, here, it's the infinitive form is boire and it's to drink. Okay, de l'eau, some water. D'accord? Okay, let's continue now. Second structure, if you want to use le pronom en instead of an article indéfini. So let's see how it goes. In that case, you know, you've got a question. Nicolas mange un biscuit. So it's quite interesting because the difference between what we had previously with this partitive, some, when you use this partitive form, you don't really give any information regarding the quantity. In that case, you use un, so that's clear, it's only one. Okay? Nicolas mange un biscuit. First answer, oui, Nicolas mange un biscuit. Same thing as previously, you just put everything again. Second possibility, you don't want to repeat Nicolas. Oui, il mange un biscuit. Alright? Last option, you don't want to repeat Nicolas and you don't want to repeat biscuit. Okay? The difference here between what we saw with the partitif and now is that you've got the quantity, so you know exactly how many or how much. Okay? So you get to put that at the end of your sentence. Oui, il en, so you put your pronoun here before the verb, and after that you put un. Il en mange un. All right? So let's see now if it's feminine. Une banane. Nicolas mange une banane? Answer. Oui, Nicolas mange une banane. Oui, il mange une banane. Oui, il en mange une. Okay, so the information that you've got now is that you will have to put the masculine or the feminine form after. Okay, here you put une because banane is a feminine word. Alright? So let's see now. Nicolas mange des céréales. So here we've got the plural form. Oui, Nicolas mange des céréales. Oui, il mange des céréales. Oui, il en mange. Alright? So basically when you've got the plural form for des céréales here, you don't put anything after your verb. Alright? So when you use this article indéfini, you will only need to put something after your verb if it's un or une, or then in other cases, but we will come to that a bit later. Okay? So let's see now la forme négative. Nicolas ne mange pas de céréales. Okay, so you've got the question, but here you've got the ne and then the pas, so you know that it's negative. Nicolas ne boit pas d'eau. So let's see the answers. Non, il n'en mange pas. Non, il n'en boit pas. Okay, so the concept is still the same. You put your pronoun here and here before your verb, and then as usual in French, normally you should have your ne coming here, but then look, the pronoun is starting with a vowel, it's starting with a, okay, so you should take this a away. All right? Il n'en mange pas, il n'en boit pas. All right? And then le pronom en, well, it can replace the preposition de plus a noun, and especially a noun for a thing. Okay, so let's see now. Est-ce que Frédéric est content de son nouvel ordinateur? Okay, est-ce que Frédéric est content? Content is to be happy, satisfied. Okay, de son nouvel new ordinateur, computer. D'accord? Est-ce que Frédéric est content de son nouvel ordinateur? All right, so it's exactly the same concept. You could answer, I mean, you could make a long answer reusing every object or everything in the question, but then in that case we'll try to go a bit faster, and so we don't want, of course, to repeat de son nouvel ordinateur here. Okay, so the concept is that we will use this pronoun en instead. Oui, il, en, est content. Alright, so en, same thing here, before the verb. And then after that, of course, you continue your sentence because satisfied should be in the answer. Okay, so oui, il en est content. Negative form, non, il n'en est pas content. So same thing, en stays before the verb, and then you've got the first part of the negation ne, but then is going away. Alright? Oui, il en est content. Non, il n'en est pas content. Est-ce que Frédéric parle de son chef? Oui, il en parle. Non, il n'en parle pas. Okay, so same thing, same concept, just put it before the verb. Okay, when you've got the negative form, then you should take this away from the first part of your negative form. Il n'en parle pas. Est-ce que Frédéric a besoin de notre aide? Okay, avoir besoin, it's to need. Okay, notre aide, our help. Est-ce que Frédéric a besoin de notre aide? Same thing here. We don't want to repeat de notre aide. So, oui, il en a besoin. Non, il n'en a pas besoin. All right? And now, let's see how it goes when you construct it with one verb, avec un verbe, with two verbs, avec deux verbes, and then if you construct it with one verb composed, like for the passé composé, for instance. So let's see now, avec un verbe, with one verb. So you've got a question. Laurent prend un biscuit. Oui, il en prend un. Non, il n'en prend pas. So remember, we saw that previously. Huh? If you've got un biscuit, in that case you've got to state the amount here, un. Okay, so in that case it's masculine, un biscuit, so it's un. Oui, il en prend un. Okay, so you put en before the first verb. Non, il n'en prend pas. Laurent prend deux biscuits. Oui, il en prend deux. Okay, so in that case you've got to put the amount. Il en prend deux. So it would be the same if you would have trois biscuits, three. In that case you would put oui, il en prend trois. But then keep in mind that if you put the negative answer, non, il n'en prend pas. So you don't need to state the amount. Okay, il n'en prend pas. Now we'll see the same structures but with two verbs, and so the best way to construct with two verbs, if you want to make examples like that, is to construct that with the near future. Laurent va prendre un biscuit. Is going to take a biscuit. Laurent va prendre un biscuit. Oui, il va en prendre un. So the interesting thing here is that if you look carefully, you've got first aller here, so the first verb is here, and then you've got the second verb here. So it's at the infinitive form because that's the rule in French. When you construct with two verbs, the second one will be at the infinitive. And keep in mind that your pronoun, en here, should be before the second verb. Okay? So I'm not going to tell you that it should be between the two because you could have other things between the two. Okay? It should be before the second verb. Oui, il va en prendre un. Okay, and you get a good example here for the reason why I told you it should be before. Non, il ne va pas en prendre. All right, because here you've got your aller verb, va, but then you've got the negative form, ne va pas. But then your pronoun should be before the second one. Okay, il ne va pas en prendre. Let's see now. Laurent va prendre deux biscuits. Answer. Oui, il va en prendre 2. Non, il ne va pas en prendre. Okay? So let's see now when you've got a composed verb. So we just need to put the same sentence at the passé composé form. Laurent a pris un biscuit. Oui, il en a pris un. Okay? So the important thing now is to try to remember that when you've got this form, a pris, even if you've got two parts, well, technically you don't have two verbs, you've got one verb. Okay? So your pronoun en should be before the verb, so it means before a here. Okay? One common mistake is to put this en between the two. Okay, because you tend to think that maybe you've got two verbs, but no. It's here, okay? Il en a pris un. Negative form, il n'en a pas pris. Alright? Non, il n'en a pas pris. Laurent a pris 2 biscuits. Oui, il en a pris 2. Non, il n'en a pas pris. Le pronom complément Y. So in the previous lesson we saw another pronoun, so it's the pronoun en, okay, and in that case, in this lesson we'll see le pronom Y. Well, you pronounce it I, of course. So, le pronom Y, we'll say that it can replace un lieu, a place, okay, or then it can replace la préposition a and then a noun of thing, and then we'll see how to construct it when you get a negative form. Okay, so let's see now for a place, un lieu. So let's see a question. Isabelle va en Finlande. So va, remember, it's aller, okay, and then en Finlande, in Finland. Isabelle va en Finlande. So of course you will have many options to answer to this question. The first one would be maybe the more logical. Oui, Isabelle va en Finlande. So you just take all the elements that you had in the question and then you answer with that. Of course, in many situations we won't, because French people like to use pronouns when it's possible. So the first option that we would have is to avoid repeating Isabelle. Okay? So, elle va en Finlande. Alright? And the other option we would have would be to avoid repeating this en Finlande. Okay, so it's a place, it's a country, okay? And in that case, it does mean that it would be possible to use this Y, so I, you pronounce it I, okay? So, oui, elle y va. So keep in mind that it's a pronoun and then it should be here just before your verb, okay? Elle y va. Alright, so, oui, Isabelle va en Finlande. Oui, elle va en Finlande. Oui, elle y va. Okay, so let's see another example now. So if you're using a name of a town, because previously we had a country and now it's a town, and so it's Paris, okay? Isabelle va à Paris, so it's a question. Of course, you can answer like we saw previously. Oui, Isabelle va à Paris. First option, repeat everything, no problem. Second option, you just want to avoid repeating Isabelle. Oui, elle va à Paris. And then, last option, you just want to avoid repeating Isabelle and then Paris. Oui, elle y va. Alright? And now, it's a place. Cinéma. Okay? Isabelle est au cinéma. Oui, Isabelle est au cinéma. Repeat everything. Second one, you just don't want to repeat Isabelle. Oui, elle est au cinéma. Alright? Third one, just want to avoid repeating Isabelle and au cinéma. Oui, elle y est. Alright? Oui, Isabelle est au cinéma. Oui, elle est au cinéma. Oui, elle y est. Second situation when we can use this pronoun I or Y, it's when you replace it. When you replace this preposition a and then a noun of thing. Let's see now. Est-ce qu'Isabelle pense is to think, à son examen, exam, okay, to think about. Est-ce qu'Isabelle pense à son examen? First option, repeat everything. Oui, Isabelle pense à son examen. Second option, you just don't repeat Isabelle. Oui, elle pense à son examen. Third option, you don't repeat Isabelle, and same thing for à son examen, so oui, elle y pense. Alright, same concept, remember, y should come before the verb. Est-ce qu'Isabelle joue au tennis? So in that case, remember, it's au, but then au is clearly the combination of the preposition à and then the article le tennis, the, okay? So when you combine these two, you get this au tennis. So still, it does give you the information that it is the preposition which is modified. So still, it's possible to use this pronoun. Oui, Isabelle joue au tennis. Repeat everything. Second one, oui, elle joue au tennis. And the last one, oui, elle y joue. All right, so you can see that it's quite short. It's quite short, but it's quite useful because you don't need to repeat all the things that were stated in the question. Okay, so remember, as usual, the pronoun should come before the verb. All right. So now we'll see how to construct these sentences with the pronoun y. But then when you're using this negative form, okay, est-ce qu'Isabelle joue au tennis? First option, oui, elle y joue. Second, non, elle n'y joue pas. All right, so negative form should be before the pronoun here, okay, and then as usual, remember the ne followed by a vowel, they don't really get along, so should go away. So you take it away and you get ni, joue, and after the verb, you put your pas form. Okay? Isabelle est au cinéma? Oui. Elle y est? Non. Elle n'y est pas. Same thing, okay? Negation here before your pronoun, but then is going away, and then pas after your verb. Okay, so let's see now how you construct it with one verb. Alexandre va au concert? Oui, il y va. Non, il n'y va pas. Okay, so no changes from what we saw previously. Okay, so before your verb, and then here, when you get the negative form, your ne is coming before the pronoun, and then your pas is coming after your verb. Okay? When you get two verbs now. Alexandre va aller au concert? So it looks a bit strange, sorry about that. He's going to go at the concert. I know, I know, but it's just to show you how it works, and I don't want to change the sentence, okay? So, oui, il va y aller. Okay, so you can see here now that this pronoun y should be before the second verb, okay? Il va y aller. Negative form, non. Il ne va pas, okay, so your negative form is before and after the first verb, and that's the key thing, okay? And then your pronoun is coming before, sorry, your second verb, okay? So your pronoun y should be always before your second verb, okay? And now, let's see how it will work if we've got composed tense like aller here, and it's at the passé composé form. So Alexandre est allé au concert. Okay, it's the past tense. Oui, il y est allé. Okay, so keep in mind that even if you've got two parts here, okay, it's only one verb. It's the verb aller at the passé composé, okay, so it's composed, so we've got two elements, but still it's one verb, so it means that your pronoun y should be before. Il y est allé. all right? And then the tricky thing, normally it's the negative form at the passé composé. Look, non, il. So you put first the negative part. So ne, obviously this is going away because you've got a vowel, okay, as usual. Il n'y est, and then you put, as we saw previously in Unit 5, or I don't remember, I guess it was Unit 5 when I introduced the passé composé, you put this pas here between être and your participe passé form, okay? So, non, il n'y est pas allé. All right? Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon A. And in this lesson we'll work together on the adverbs, les adverbes. And to be more precise, we'll see 3 cases. The first one will be with an adjective, an adverb. Second situation will be with un verbe. And then the last one will be with une phrase. Okay, so let's see that right now. The first case we'll discover or we'll work on will be with an adjective or an adverb. Okay, so let's see. The idea is normally that the adverb should be placed, adverbe placé, devant, before the adjective or the other adverb. Okay, so if you've got a structure with one adverb and one adjective, your adverb should be placed before the adjective. If you get 2 adverbs, then this one should be before the second one. Okay, so let's see how it goes. First example, ce thé est trop chaud. Okay, ce thé, thé is tea, of course. And then here we've got the demonstrative. This tea is too hot. Okay, so you've got the adjective chaud here, and then this trop should be before the adjective. Okay, so it's quite easy. Another possibility here, you've got 2 adverbs. So this one, trop, too, and then rapidement, well, fast. Okay, and then parler is to talk. Il parle trop rapidement. Okay, so obviously this trop, too fast, should be before rapidement. Okay, and then last example, ce film est assez intéressant. Ce film est assez enough, intéressant, interesting. Okay, so assez comes before intéressant. All right, so remember, if you've got one adverb, then you should put it before the adjective or the second adverb. All right, so let's see now how you will construct it if you have a verb. So the rule goes like that. L'adverbe est placé, is placed, so the adverb is placed en général, in general, so that's quite important in French because of course we've got exceptions all the time. We will have exceptions in French, but en général, okay? Après, so after the verb, okay? Adverbe placé en général après le verbe. So let's see how it goes now. Je lis, lire, lire is to read, okay? So it's the present form. Je lis, I read. Rapidement, okay? So fast. Je lis rapidement. So you can see that this rapidement, fast, comes after your verb here, lire. Okay? Second example now. Elle parle, parler is to talk, doucement. Okay, quietly. Elle parle doucement. Same thing here. Your adverb is coming after your verb. All right? And then the last one. Il conduit. Conduire is to drive. Il conduit très bien, very well, sa nouvelle voiture, his new car. Il conduit très bien sa nouvelle voiture. So as you can see here as well, this très bien, very well, is coming after the verb conduire, to drive. All right? So remember, the adverb is placed in general after the verb. Okay? And then be careful, of course, if you construct it at the passé composé tense. So remember, we saw that previously. You should check the Unit 5 if you want to know how to construct this passé composé. But then
For the passé composé, we will have, of course, some exceptions. The exceptions are assez, enough, beaucoup, a lot, bien, well, déjà, already, mal, bad, mieux, better, trop, too much, too, okay, toujours, always, and then presque, almost. Okay, so assez, beaucoup, bien, déjà, mal, mieux, trop, toujours, presque. So try to remember them, and then in the next page I will show you how they change. So if you take this trop, remember it was too much. So je parle trop, I talk too much. So if we've got the present form as we do here, basically it does respect the rule as we saw previously, so it comes after the verb. Okay, je parle trop. But then, if you put the same sentence at the passé composé form, okay, so remember, passé composé, you've got avoir or être, and then after that you've got this participe passé form, all right? So you will have to put this adverb, trop, between the two here. J'ai trop parlé. All right? Let's see now another example. Il se repose. Se reposer is to rest. Okay? Il se repose beaucoup, a lot. And then, if you put the same sentence at the passé composé form, il s'est beaucoup reposé. All right? Il s'est beaucoup reposé. So remember, present here, present form, you've got this adverb, it's coming after the verb, but then here, it must be here, so between the two. Okay? Another example. Je dors mal. So dormir, it's to sleep. Okay? Mal, bad. Passé composé form, j'ai mal dormi. So same thing. Doesn't come after, but it's right here. Okay? Elle sourit toujours. Sourire, to smile, toujours, always. Present form, elle sourit toujours. And then, passé composé form, elle a toujours souri. Alright? And now, let's see if you want to make a sentence. Because you will have to remember that in some cases, well, the place of the adverb can change. Est variable. Okay? So let's see. You've got an example here. Malheureusement, so malheureusement means unfortunately, malheureusement, elle a perdu ses clés. Perdre, it's to lose, okay? Ses clés, her keys, okay? And it's the passé composé form. Malheureusement, elle a perdu ses clés. Okay, so that's one option. So you can start here, as you can see. You start with the adverb, and then you continue your sentence. All right? But then, it would be possible as well to change the order and to start like, elle a perdu ses clés, malheureusement. Okay, so you can see that it's possible to start with the adverb, or then you can end with it as well. So it's possible to move the adverb, in this case, it doesn't need to be at the right beginning of the sentence. Okay, we'll see another example. Récemment, récemment means recently. Il a décidé, okay, décidé to decide, de changer, to change, de travail. Travail is work. Okay, récemment, il a décidé de changer de travail. Okay, and it will be the same here. If you look carefully, you can start with il a décidé de changer de travail. So the same portion that we had here, you can start with it, and then you put récemment at the end. Okay, so in some structures, well, keep in mind that it's possible whether to start with the adverb or that to end with the adverb if you want, okay? Well, it's for once it's quite easy in French, all right? Okay, so I hope it was clear. So this was the first lesson of Unit 7, Unité 7. If you want more lessons, well, you can find them here, and then the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. In this lesson, we'll try to focus on what we call les adverbes de manière, and especially the way to construct them, okay? So the rule goes like, if you've got, or if you want to construct an adverbe de manière, first you've got to know, well, the adjective at the masculine form, then you will make it or modify it and put it at the feminine form, and after that you will add M-E-N-T, and when you add this M-E-N-T at the end of your feminine form of the adjective, then you will get the adverb. Okay, so it sounds quite easy. It is not that difficult, okay, but then we'll have a look. So we'll take a first example, easy one, and this is parfait, okay? Parfait means perfect in English, okay? It's not that far. So we've got here this adjective, and it's at the masculine form. If we put the same adjective at the feminine form, well, the rule normally, we saw that previously, goes like you put this final you add this final at the end of your adjective to get the feminine form. Of course, we've got some exceptions, but then that's the normal rule, okay? And so based on this form, as we saw, you just add M-E-N-T, and then you get your adverb parfaitement, okay? In English, it would be perfectly, okay? So parfait, then parfaite, parfaitement. All right, so we'll see few examples, and then the first one is franc. Okay, so in some cases they will be a bit strange because the feminine will not follow the rule that we saw, but then, I mean, I told you that in advance, you know, most of them follow this rule, but then of course we've got exceptions, okay? But then, so franc, franche, so it's the feminine forms, the adjective, and then franchement, you get the adverb here, okay? So for each adjective, I will put the English translation here at the beginning, all right? Doux, you don't pronounce the final X. Douce, feminine form. Doucement, adverb. Parfait, parfaite, parfaitement. Certain, certaine, certainement. Joyeux, joyeuse, joyeusement. All right, so let's repeat them one more time. Franc, franche, franchement. Doux, douce, doucement. Parfait, parfaite, parfaitement. Certain, certaine, certainement. Joyeux, joyeuse, joyeusement. Okay, let's continue the list. Heureux, heureuse, heureusement. Spécial, spécial, spécialement. Clair, clair, clairement. Vif, vive, vivement. Sportif, sportive, sportivement. Okay, you can read them one more time. Heureux, heureuse, heureusement. Spécial, spécial, spécialement. Clair, clair, clairement. Vif, vive, vivement. Sportif, sportive, sportivement. Okay, and then we can see some subgroups. Okay, so it does mean that here you will have the ending of your adjective at the masculine form, then here the ending of the adjective at the feminine form, and here you've got the ending of your adverb. So it takes back this ending here, accent grave RE, and then you add this MENT. Okay, so this subgroup follow the rule that if it ends with ER, then the feminine form will be accent grave, it goes like that, RE. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. Entier, entière, entièrement.
premier, première, premièrement. Dernier, dernière, dernièrement. Léger, légère, légèrement. Okay? One more time. Entier, entière, entièrement. Premier, première, premièrement. Dernier, dernière, dernièrement. Léger, légère, légèrement. Okay? And then second subgroup. So if it ends with ET, then it will go like accent grave, TE, and then for the adverb, accent grave, TE, and you add this MENT here. Okay? Let's see. Secret, secrète, secrètement. Okay, so I tend to insist a little bit on it just to make you hear the difference between the masculine. Secret, secrète. Okay, you're pronouncing the T. Okay? Complet, complète, complètement. Discret, discrète, discrètement. Okay, so one more time. Secret, secrète, secrètement. Complet, complète, complètement. Discret, discrète, discrètement. Okay, so let's see another subgroup. So actually you get two things here. The first one, so if your adjective is ending with ENT, then it will be transformed for the adverb, like EMMENT. And if it ends with ANT, it will be transformed like AMMENT. Okay? But then I did put them in the same group because phonetically, and that's the important thing, phonetically you will pronounce them the same way. So you will pronounce amant, and here it will be the same, you will pronounce amant. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Patient, and then patiemment. So as I told you, even if you write it E-M-M-E-N-T, phonetically it goes like amant, patiemment. All right? Récent, same rule, récemment, récemment, récemment. Okay? Then, suffisant, suffisamment. And the last example, élégant, élégamment. All right, so let's repeat them one more time. Patient, patiemment, récent, récemment, suffisant, suffisamment, élégant, élégamment. Okay, and another subgroup, so if your adjective is ending with EL, then feminine form of the adjective will be E-double-L-E, and then the adverb E-double-L-E-M-E-N-T. Okay? Réel, réellement. Okay, so remember when you get this here and then it's followed by two consonants and then they are the same consonant like here, the sound of the changes and it's open, it's e. So that's the reason why you've got this réel. Okay? Réellement. All right? Then manuel, manuel, manuellement. Annuel, annuel, annuellement. Naturel, naturel, naturellement. Okay, one more time. Réel, réel, réellement. Manuel, manuel, manuellement. Annuel, annuel, annuellement. Naturel, naturel, naturellement. The topic will be dans la ville, so in the town, dans la ville. Okay, so let's start now. Une rue. Okay, remember final not pronounced. Une rue. Une voie ferrée. Final here not pronounced, and then this one is not pronounced either. Une voie ferrée. Une autoroute. Une autoroute. Un boulevard. Final D not pronounced. Un boulevard. Un lampadaire. Final E not pronounced. Un lampadaire. Une aire de stationnement. Une aire de stationnement.
Un musée. Final E not pronounced. Un musée. Un immeuble. So you can see I'm making this little liaison between the two. Un immeuble. Final E not pronounced. Un immeuble. Un stade. Same thing here. Final E is not pronounced. Un stade. Un gratte-ciel. Un gratte-ciel. Un restaurant. Final T not pronounced. Un restaurant. Un hôtel. So you can see that I'm making this little liaison, this little link between the two. Un hôtel. Un hôtel. All right? Un terre-plein. Un terre-plein. Remember this E-I-N nasal. So it goes in your nose and it's un plein, plein. Un terre-plein. Une gare. Okay, remember when you get these G and A together, the sound is g, ga, ga. Une gare. Final E not pronounced. Une gare. Une tour. Okay, O-U-U, une tour. Un palais des congrès. Final S here and here are not pronounced. Un palais des congrès. Un parc. Un parc. Un espace vert. First thing, you've got this little link between the two. Un espace vert. Final E not pronounced, and then final T not pronounced. Un espace vert. Un trottoir. Un trottoir. Une borne d'incendie. Okay, final E here not pronounced, final E here not pronounced. Une borne d'incendie. And then you get the nasal. Un, en, incendie. Une borne d'incendie. Un égout. Okay, little link between the two. Un égout. Final T not pronounced. Un égout. Une conduite d'eau potable. Une conduite d'eau potable. Final E here and here are not pronounced. And then when you combine these two, or sorry, these three vowels E, A, U, you get the sound O. Only O. Okay? Une conduite d'eau potable. Okay? Une conduite de gaz. Final E not pronounced here. Une conduite de gaz. Un câble électrique. Final E here and here are not pronounced. Un câble électrique. Un abribus. Un abribus. Un arrêt d'autobus. So you can hear this little link between the two. Un arrêt d'autobus. Un passage pour piétons. Un passage pour piétons. Final S here not pronounced and then final E not pronounced. Un passage pour piétons. Des feux de circulation. So here final X not pronounced. Des feux de circulation. Une chaussée. Okay, here final E not pronounced, and then you get the double S between two vowels, so it's really strong. I mean, the S is s. Okay, so une chaussée. Un réverbère. Final E not pronounced. Un ré. So here you've got this accent aigu et, and then here you've got this accent grave é. Okay, et é. So it goes like réverbère. Okay? Un réverbère. Une maison individuelle. So remember when you get this E and then double consonant, and especially here
it's the same one. That's the idea. It will open the sound of E, so you will pronounce it like E. Okay? Individuel. Uel. Okay? Une maison individuelle. Une maison individuelle jumelée. Final E here, not pronounced. Une maison individuelle jumelée. Des appartements en copropriété. Remember, final S and final T are not pronounced here. Des appartements, little liaison here, des appartements en copropriété. Des maisons en rangée. Final E and final S are not pronounced. Des maisons en rangée. Une tour d'habitation. Remember, H doesn't exist in French, well, in most of the cases, so it does mean that you don't pronounce it, all right? So, d'habitation. Une tour d'habitation. Dans la maison. So let's start now. Une entrée principale. Un vestibule. Un vestiaire. Un couloir. Un escalier. Une buanderie. Okay, so one more time. Une entrée principale. Un vestibule. Un vestiaire. Un couloir. Un escalier. Une buanderie. Un salon. Une cheminée. Une salle à manger. Une cuisine. Des WC. Une salle de séjour. So one more time. Un salon, une cheminée, une salle à manger, une cuisine, des WC, une salle de séjour. Un rez-de-chaussée. Un étage. Un palier. Une chambre principale. Une garde-robe. Une chambre. One more time. Un rez-de-chaussée. Un étage. Un palier. Une chambre principale. Une garde-robe. Une chambre. Une fenêtre. Une porte-fenêtre. Une salle de bain. Une douche. Une baignoire. Une porte pliante. So one more time. Une fenêtre. Une porte-fenêtre. Une salle de bain. Une douche. Une baignoire. Une porte pliante. Une table. Une desserte. Un fauteuil. Un canapé. Un banc. Un tabouret. One more time. Une table. Une desserte. Un fauteuil. Un canapé. Un banc. Un tabouret. Une chaise. Un lit. Une armoire. Un coffre. une commode, un rideau, okay? Une chaise, un lit, une armoire, un coffre, une commode, un rideau. We'll have the pleasure to discover together two verbs. So it's quite interesting because we've got first the verb savoir and then we've got the verb connaître. And if you want to translate that, directly in English, well, basically they mean the same thing and it would be translated with to know. Okay, so two verbs for the same meaning. What does it mean? It means that you will have two different uses of these verbs. The first one, savoir, well, the rule is that you will use savoir plus a verb. So after that, if you want to add a verb, then you will have to use savoir. Or then if you want to put, as we say, structure verbale, so it's just somehow like a sentence, okay? So if you want to introduce a sentence after savoir, then after to know, then that's savoir that you will have to use, okay? But connaître, so same meaning, as I said, it's to know, okay? You will use connaître only if you want to put a name or a noun after connaître, okay? So that's the main difference of use between savoir and connaître. Okay, so connaître plus a noun avec un nom, and then savoir with a verb or then structure or verbal structure or let's say a sentence if you want. Okay, so first, of course, we should remember how to conjugate savoir at the present form here. Okay, je sais, tu sais, il sait, elle sait. Nous savons, vous savez, ils savent, elles savent. Okay, so if you look carefully here, you write it S-A-I-S, well, the same way here. Here you write it S-A-I-T, okay, but then phonetically these three forms are the same, and it's c'est, okay? Je sais, tu sais, il sait, elle sait. All right, so let's see now the passé composé form. J'ai su, tu as su, il a su, elle a su, nous avons su, vous avez su, ils ont su. Okay, so if you remember, when we introduced this passé composé form, it was in Unit 5, if my memory is correct. Then you put first, in most of the cases, the verb avoir at the present form, and then you put this participe passé form. And the participe passé form for savoir is su, okay, so it doesn't change. That's the reason why you will put it right here after each form. Okay, so j'ai su, tu as su, il a su, elle a su, nous avons su, little liaison here, vous avez su, same thing here. Ils ont su, little liaison between the two. Elles ont su. Okay? And now, let's see connaître at the present form. Je connais. Tu connais. Il connaît. Elle connaît. Nous connaissons. Vous connaissez. Ils connaissent. Elles connaissent. All right, same thing as we had for savoir. If you look carefully here, connaît, AIS, and then connaît, AIT. So don't forget this circumflex, even if you don't pronounce it well, you should write it. Well, you pronounce these three forms the same way. Okay, connaît, and then connaît. All right, let's see how it goes for the passé composé form. J'ai connu. Tu as connu, il a connu, elle a connu, sorry, nous avons connu, vous avez connu, ils ont connu, elles ont connu. Okay, so same rule, first avoir at the present form, then participe passé form of connaître, it's connu. All right, so it will go everywhere for each person here. Okay, j'ai connu, tu as connu, il a connu, elle a connu, nous avons connu, vous avez connu, ils ont connu, elles ont connu. Okay? And now for the future form, as it was introduced
introduced in the previous lesson, unit 6. So savoir had the future form, and it goes like je saurai, tu sauras, il saura, elle saura, nous saurons, vous saurez, ils sauront, elles sauront. And then for connaître at the future form, je connaîtrai, tu connaîtras, il connaîtra, elle connaîtra, nous connaîtrons, vous connaîtrez, ils connaîtront, elles connaîtront. All right? So, let's see a few examples now. So the first one, remember, savoir, so you construct it with a verb or a sentence, okay? In that case, I just put a verb. Je sais chanter. Okay, so remember, savoir, to know, chanter, to sing. Je sais chanter. All right? So, second verb here, chanter. Well, the rule in French is that if you've got a structure like that with two verbs, the second verb should be all the time at the infinitive. Okay? Je sais chanter, like that. All right? If you put the same sentence at the passé composé, as we saw previously, the passé composé form of savoir, it goes like j'ai su chanter. All right? And then the future form, je saurais chanter. Okay? So it's quite easy. Hein? Je sais chanter, j'ai su chanter, je saurais chanter. That's it. Let's see connaître now. Je connais cette personne. Okay? So connaître, to know, okay? And then cette personne, person is person, and it's feminine, so if you want to put this, you should put it at the feminine, so it's this person, cette personne. Je connais cette personne. Passé composé, j'ai connu cette personne, and then the future form, je connaîtrai cette personne. All right? So it's not that difficult, okay? But, of course, there is one exception. And the exception is savoir plus a noun. Okay, so you will use this structure only if you want to introduce this concept that we call in French par cœur, so by heart. Let's see one example. Je sais ma leçon. So in that case, savoir, to know, ma leçon, my lesson. Okay, so in that sentence, when you use je sais ma leçon, you really want to say that you know your lesson by heart. Okay, that's the reason why we use savoir in that case. Okay, same thing for the second example. Je sais mon texte, my text, or then my lines if you want. Je sais mon texte, okay, so it's the same. You want to introduce this idea that you know your text or your lines by heart. Okay, and that's the only exception when we will use savoir plus a noun. Alright? Le conditionnel présent. So basically the conditionnel is, as in English, this conditional form, so would, could, okay, but of course, as in English, we've got different tenses for that, and the first one that we will see, so the more classic tense that we usually use, when we talk about the conditionnel, it's the present form. Okay, so let's start now. Le conditionnel présent. So in this lesson, we'll see first la formation, so the way to build it, to make it, and then, of course, l'emploi, so when you should use this conditionnel présent form. Okay, so let's first start, if that's okay with you, with the formation, the way to make it. So you'll see that it's quite easy in a way, and normally that's the reason why we introduce it right after the future tense. So if you didn't see the video regarding the future tense, I definitely advise you to do it because it will be more clear for you. So it's unit 6, I don't remember the lesson, but check unit 6, and then le futur, and you'll find it, okay? Because the way we construct this conditionnel présent is the same way that we construct the future, okay? The only difference will be the endings, all right? So let's take the first example that we've got here. Parler belongs to the first group of verbs. Remember, we've got 3 in French. And the first group of verb is ending with er, like here. Okay, so these verbs are regular. So that's a good news, and normally that's the reason why we start with them. So you don't have to change your verb. So parler is like that. You will keep it like that. And based on this form, after that, you will add the endings. Okay? And for je, the ending will be AIS. Okay? So you don't need to modify your infinitive form. The basic form is like that. It goes there. And right after, you just add the ending AIS. And you get je parlerai. Alright? So it's quite simple. Second group, so verbs ending with er. Be careful, not all the verbs ending with er, but a quite decent amount of them belongs to the second group, but then still it will be quite easy because it is exactly the same way. You don't modify your infinitive form, you just keep it like that, alright? And after that, you add your ending. Je finirai. So AIS. Je finirai. Alright, so it's quite easy. You keep your basic form, your infinitive form, and right after, you just put the ending. Okay? For the third group of verbs, so of course, we will have some exceptions, so we'll see that a bit later in this lesson. But still, the main rule is if it's ending like lire to read, okay, with this well, the idea is that you will take this away, as we quite usually do in French, okay, and after that you will add your ending. Je lirai. Alright, so the rule goes like, if you've got final then you take it away, you've got your form here, L-I-R, and then you add your ending, A-I-S, je lirai, okay? So you've got 3 forms here, and they're actually the, well, conditional présent forms. Je parlerai, je finirai, je lirai, okay? Parler is to talk or to speak, finir to finish or to end, lire to read, okay? So the endings now. So we saw that previously that, well, the ending for je will be, the ending for je will be AIS, okay? The ending for tu will be, well, the same, AIS. The ending for il, elle will be AIT, okay? The good news is that even if we write them differently, like you see here, we pronounce them the same way. And it goes like e. Alright? So as usual in French, what you pronounce, well, it's not that difficult in a way, but then remember how to write them. AIS for je, AIS for tu, AIT for il, elle. So now let's see nous, and nous goes like I-O-N-S, okay, and it should be pronounced ion. Remember, final S is not pronounced. Ion, okay. Then for vous, it goes like I-E-Z, and it goes like ye, okay. Remember, when you get this I before, it goes like ye, okay, ye. So that's the reason why we had this ion here, and then ye. All right, and the last one, so even if it looks scary because you've got 3 vowels here and then NT, okay, A-I-E-N-T, so as usual, that's the way you should write it, but then phonetically the good news is that you pronounce it E. So the same way that we had here, E here, E, and then E. Okay, so let's pronounce them, E, ion, ye, e. So if you look carefully, you've got only 3 phonetical pronunciation. The first one is here, And here, it's the same. So it's est. After that, we've got this ion. And after that, we've got this ié. All right? So let's see now for parler. Parler, it's to speak or to talk. Okay, so je parlerai. Tu parlerais. Il parlerait. Elle parlerait. Nous parlerions. Vous parleriez. Il parlerait. Elle parlerait. Second example, choisir from the second group of verbs. Choisir is to choose. Je choisirais. Tu choisirais. Il choisirait. Elle choisirait. Nous choisirions. Vous choisiriez. Il choisirait. Elle choisirait. Okay, not that difficult. The last example, so for the third group, it's écrire. Écrire is to write. Okay, so same rule. If you remember, the example was with lire, to read, but then it's exactly the same rule. So if you look carefully, it's ending with this e. Okay, so you take it away, and after that you put the ending. J'écrirais. Tu écrirais. Il écrirait. Elle écrirait. Nous écririons. Vous écririez. Ils écriraient. Elles écriraient. Alright, so it's not that difficult anyway. But of course, we've got some exceptions, as I said in the beginning. So the idea for these exceptions is that the verb will change. So endings will be the same, so that's one good news. So all the endings that we saw previously, well, they will be the same, but then you've got to remember the way the verb will change. So if you saw, that's the reason why I spoke about the future lesson. If you saw the future lesson and you remember the way these verbs are changing for the future, the good news is that they will be changing the same way. So être will become sœur. All right? And then after that, you will have to put the endings. Je serai. All right? So you will keep this sœur all the time for your conjugation. And after that, you will add all the endings that we saw. Okay? Avoir will become or. Same thing here. After that, you will add all the endings. So, tu aurais. Aller will become ir. And you'll get il irait, elle irait. Faire will become faire. Nous ferions. Savoir will become sort. Vous sauriez. Voir will become vers. Il verrait, elle verrait. Okay, so let's see them one more time. So, être, to be, je serais. Avoir, to have, tu aurais. Aller, to go, il irait, elle irait. Faire, to do, nous ferions. Savoir, to know, vous sauriez. Voir, to see, il verrait, elle verrait. All right, so one more list of exceptions. Pouvoir will become pour. Je pourrais. Vouloir will become voudre. Tu voudrais. Pleuvoir will become pleuvre. Il pleuvrait. Devoir will become d'œuvre. Nous devrions. Venir will become viendre. Vous viendriez. Courir will become court. Il courrait, elle courrait. Alright, so let's see them one more time. Pouvoir, can, je pourrais. Vouloir, to want, tu voudrais. Pleuvoir, to rain, il pleuvrait. Devoir, to have to, nous devrions. Venir, to come, vous viendriez. Courir,
to run. Il courait, elle courait. Alright? So, it was the first thing regarding the conditionnel présent, and then as I said, regarding the fact that it's quite close to the future, so the important thing is to remember that the endings for the future are AI, AS, A, ONS, EZ, ONT. Okay, but then for the conditionnel présent, if you remember them, it was AIS, AIS, AIT, IONS, IEZ, AIENT. So to be totally honest, if you think about that, because basically we construct these two tenses the same way, okay, so the endings here and here will be the only way to make the difference between the future and the conditional. So it's quite important to really remember them by heart. Okay, so remember futur, AI, AS, A, ONS, EZ, ONT, but then conditionnel présent, AIS, AIS, AIT, IONS, IEZ, AIENT. Okay? And now let's see when we should use this conditionnel présent, because that's the most important thing. The first situation would be to express a desire or a wish, exprimer un désir ou un souhait. Okay? J'aimerais être en vacances. Aimer, to like or to love. Okay? And here you've got the conditional form. Être, to be. En vacances, on vacation, holidays. J'aimerais être en vacances. Second use will be if you want to donner un conseil, to give an advice. Vous devriez apprendre le français. Okay, devoir, to have to, but then in that case when you say vous devriez, you should. That would be the more correct translation. Vous devriez apprendre, apprendre is to learn, le français, French. And then if you want to ask something politely, that's the tense you should definitely use, and especially if you go in a coffee restaurant or if you go in a shop and you want to ask for something, then use this conditional form. I mean, trust me, it's quite important. Okay? Je voudrais un café, s'il vous plaît. Okay? Je voudrais un café, s'il vous plaît. Okay? So let's read them one more time. J'aimerais être en vacances. Vous devriez apprendre le français. Je voudrais un café, s'il vous plaît. Another use of this conditionnel présent is if you want to construct a sentence, like in English, for instance, with this if. Okay? So if in French is si. And then the rule is quite strict in French. If you start with this if, si, then it should be followed by the imparfait form. We didn't see this form yet. It will come in the next lesson or in the next unit, sorry. So no stress about that. It's just an example, but it's just for you to know that if you want to construct this if structure, then it should be followed by imparfait. Then comes le conditionnel. Okay, so let's take one example. Si j'avais le temps, je ferais du sport. Okay, so si j'avais le temps, so if I had, it's the same in English. You put this I had. Si j'avais le temps, so time, je ferais. Remember, it was faire, to do, but then at the conditionnel form, du sport. Okay. Another example. Si j'étais riche, so riche, rich, était, it's to be, remember. Je voyagerais, voyager is to travel, autour du monde, around the world. Oops. And then the last one. Si elle était là, so être, to be, là, here. Nous irions, so remember it was to go, aller, and it becomes ir, irions, nous promener. Okay, so se promener, to have a walk. Question avec qui et que. So it's quite important, so please take the time to listen to me. So let's start now. Les questions avec qui et que. So we'll first start with qui, and then after that we'll see que. Alright? So the first thing, qui, and it's starting right now. Qui est-ce qui parle? So it's a question, okay? Qui est-ce qui parle? Second example would be, qui est-ce que tu regardes? Okay, so the first one, qui est-ce qui parle? And then, qui est-ce que tu regardes? So in both cases, well, these questions are mostly for oral use, because when we add this est-ce qui, est-ce que, normally it's when you talk, okay? If you write, you don't really need to put them. We've got some more formal way to write questions. We saw that previously, okay? But still, it's possible orally to use these structures. So the question is, why do we use qui here and qui here, and then qui here and que here, okay? Because it can look a bit messy at the beginning, especially if you don't really know how to use or how to structure that. So the first thing that we've got to remember, yes, it's here. So the first part here, this qui, well, we will use this qui here just because we want to have the information, and it concerns a person. Who, okay? Qui means who when we start the question with it, okay? Qui est-ce qui parle? Qui est-ce que tu regardes? And then we've got the second part here, as we saw, and it's quite interesting because we've got two options here, the first one and the second one. So the first one, you will use qui just because you will ask the question regarding the subject of the verb. You get the verb here, parler, okay? And the information that you want to have concerns the subject of this verb. And then here we will use que just because we want to have the information concerning the object of the verb. So you've got regarder here, but then if you look carefully, you already have the subject. It's tu regardes, okay? So, qui est-ce qui parle? So if you want to translate it directly, you could translate it like, who is talking? Okay? Qui est-ce qui parle? Alright, so here you want to have the information regarding the person, and then here you want to have the information regarding the subject of the verb, parler. Okay? And here, qui est-ce que tu regardes? So, who are you watching? So first thing here, because you want to have this information, the information regarding a person, qui est-ce que, and here it will be the object of the verb, so you are watching someone. Okay? So, let's see a few examples. The first one, qui est-ce qui parle? And then the answer could be, ma femme parle, my wife talks or is talking. Okay? So in that case, you can see that in the answer that you give here, it's ma femme parle. Okay? So it's the subject, ma femme parle. And then the second example we had, it's qui est-ce que tu regardes? Okay? Je regarde mon ami. Okay, mon ami, my friend. Regarder was to watch or to look. Okay, je regarde mon ami. And you can see here that it's, well, basically it's quite clear. It's quite clear. So qui, just because you want the information for a person, and then the second qui, just because it will be the subject. Ma femme parle. Okay, here qui because it's the person. Mon ami, my friend, it's a person. And then que, just because if you look carefully, it comes after your verb, because it's not the subject, it's the object. Okay, grammatical object. We're not talking about an object, but a grammatical object. So it can be a person, it could be a dog, animal, or an object if you want. Okay, so je regarde mon ami. All right.
Now, let's see que. First question. Qu'est-ce qui fait ce bruit? Okay. Second question. Qu'est-ce que tu fais? All right. So remember that even if you don't have the que here, but you get this qu, all right, it does mean that previously we had the here and here, but then as usual, if you look carefully, we've got here another starting here, so we've got to take our away. Okay, so let's see now. First part, we use this que because we want to have the information regarding a thing. Okay, so we had qui previously and it was for a person, and then que it's for a thing. So it's not for a person, so que will be for a thing when you start the question with it. Okay, and then here, so remember we've got this qui here, and then we've got this que here. Well, it will be exactly the same idea that we had previously. So you will use qui here just because you want the information regarding the subject of the verb. You've got the verb here, to do, okay? And then here you put this que just because you want to have the answer with the object of the verb, okay? You've got the verb here, faire, to do, same verb, but then you've got the subject, tu fais, you do. Okay, so the first question, qu'est-ce qui fait ce bruit? What is doing this noise? Qu'est-ce qui fait ce bruit? Or this sound if you want. Qu'est-ce que tu fais? What are you doing? Okay, so let's see now the same question. Qu'est-ce qui fait ce bruit? And the answer would be, la voiture de mon père fait ce bruit. Okay, my father's car. Okay, la voiture de mon père. So if you translate it directly, it's the car of my father. And then you've got the verb. Okay, but then this long thing is the subject. La voiture de mon père fait ce bruit. Okay, so that's the reason why first we had this que, because it's a thing, it's not a person. Okay, and then qui here, because it's the subject of the verb faire. Okay? Second question, qu'est-ce que tu fais? So if you remember carefully, it was, what are you doing? Qu'est-ce que tu fais? And the answer, je prépare un chocolat chaud. Okay, so I wanted to put another verb in the answer just to well, show you that is you don't really need to answer with the same verb, you know. Qu'est-ce que tu fais? What are you doing? Je prépare, so I prepare. Je prépare, and then this is the object of the verb. So the object, just let me repeat, the grammatical object of the verb. So je prépare un chocolat chaud. All right. So now remember that we can, of course, construct these things with preposition, okay? Just because in French we've got verbs, and verbs are in some cases constructed with preposition, so you will need to remember these things. So preposition can be à, avec, de, pour, and then chez. Okay? À qui est-ce que tu parles? Okay, remember, so parler, to talk, is constructed with à, to talk to, okay? Parler à quelqu'un. So if you want to know à qui est-ce que tu parles, who are you talking to, okay? À qui est-ce que tu parles? So it doesn't change, you just need to first start with the preposition, and then you continue your structure, okay? Jouer, it's to play, okay? And then normally, if you're talking about a sport or activity, so sport or activity, then we tend to use this preposition à with it. Okay, so play, but then à, and then the name of the activity. It could be football, or it could be basketball, or it could be whatever. Okay, à quoi est-ce que tu joues? And then now, I assume that you will tell me, oh, have a look at that. What on earth is going on? Why do we have this quoi and not que? Okay, well, because that's the rule, and we'll see that, but that's the rule in French. If you want to construct a question like here with que, but then it is constructed with a preposition, then que will change and then it will become quoi. Okay, that's the reason why. Qui doesn't change, que will be transformed into quoi. So that's the reason why here we've got à quoi est-ce que tu joues? Okay? Now, avec qui est-ce que tu viens? So venir is coming, avec, with, okay? Avec qui est-ce que tu viens? Avec quoi est-ce que tu écris? Écrire is to write, okay? Same thing, with, okay? And then it's exactly the same rule, remember, I told you that, que becomes quoi here. That's it. Avec quoi est-ce que tu écris? Okay? So remember, preposition with qui, no problem at all. But then preposition plus que, non. You will have to use quoi. Okay? So remember, that's quite important because it can sound a bit strange if you're using this que instead of quoi with the preposition. Les nombres ordinaux. Les nombres ordinaux, premier, première. Okay, so you've got here the English version, so first, okay? But then as usually in French, we've got the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form, okay? So I will write here first masculine, then feminine, and I will read both, okay? So premier, première. Deuxième, second, seconde. Okay, so it's quite interesting because here you've got deuxième and then it doesn't change. It's the masculine or the feminine form is exactly the same. So that's a good news. And then we've got here another option, second or seconde. Okay, in that case it does mean that nothing is coming after. Okay, so deuxième usually means that you've got after that third, fourth, etc. Okay, but then second normally it's the end. Okay, it's the second one. Okay, troisième. Okay, masculine form, feminine form, the same. Quatrième, cinquième, sixième. Okay, one more time. Premier, première, deuxième, second, seconde, troisième, quatrième, cinquième, sixième, septième, huitième, neuvième, dixième, onzième, douzième. So far, I assume that it's not that difficult. You've got to remember that it's M, okay. Septième, huitième, neuvième, dixième, onzième, douzième, treizième, quatorzième, quinzième, seizième, dix-septième, dix-huitième. Okay. Treizième, quatorzième, quinzième, seizième, dix-septième, dix-huitième, dix-neuvième, vingtième, vingt-et-unième, centième, millième, mille-et-unième. Ok? Dix-neuvième, vingtième, vingt-et-unième, centième, millième, mille-et-unième. In this lesson, we'll only focus on the verb être. Okay? So it will be a short one, but still quite important. Je serai, tu serais,
il serait, elle serait, nous serions, vous seriez, il serait, elle serait. Alright, so remember, conditionnel présent, so if you want to translate directly this je serais, it's I would be, okay? But then in French we've got only one form like that. Remember, so AIS, but then you don't pronounce the final S. Je serais. Same rule here, no pronunciation of the final S. Tu serais. Phonetically, it is the same. And then the good news here, it will be exactly the same. So final T is not pronounced. So phonetically, you've got the same form as we had previously. Il serait, elle serait. Okay, so one more time. Je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait. Alright? So then, final S not pronounced. And then this is this yon, yon. Remember, it goes in your nose. It's nasal. Yon. Nous serions. Okay, then vous seriez, and last but not least, and remember, it's quite strange, but A-I-E-N-T, many letters, only one simple sound, E, as we had here, here, and here, it's exactly the same sound, il serait, elle serait. Alright, je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait, nous serions, vous seriez, il serait, elle serait. In this lesson, we'll focus on the conditional present form of avoir, to have, okay? So, let's see now how it goes. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Alright, so if you remember carefully, this conditional present form, so it was introduced in this unit, so check the unit 7 and then put conditional present, you will find the whole description and the whole lesson of conditional present, but still, here, you can see that j'aurais, well, if you want to translate it directly, it would be I would have, okay, but then in French we've got only one form here, and then take a good look at the endings, AIS, AIS, AIT, IONS, IEZ, IENT, okay? The endings for the conditional present form. Okay, so let's see how you pronounce them now. J'aurais, so final S, not pronounced. J'aurais, then same thing here. Tu aurais, you don't pronounce the final S. Il aurait, same thing here. Final T is not pronounced. Elle aurait, okay? So you've got the same pronunciation here for the three first forms. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, okay? Then, nous aurions, so this little link between the two, this liaison, nous aurions, final S, not pronounced. Vous auriez, little link between the two, vous auriez, and then, ils auraient, little link, but then, look, A-I-E-N-T like that, and you only pronounce E, like we had here. It will be exactly the same pronunciation here. Ils auraient, elles auraient. Okay, so let's see that one more time. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon K. And in this lesson we'll discover together the verb aller, so aller means to go, and especially the conditionnel présent form of this verb. Okay, so let's start right now. The first form goes like j'irai, tu irais, il irait, elle irait, nous irions, vous iriez, ils iraient, elles iraient. Okay, so let's check them one more time. The first one, j'irai. Okay, remember, final S not pronounced. J'irai. Tu irais. Same thing here, final S not pronounced. Tu irais. And then, il, masculine form, irait, final T not pronounced. So what you can see is that these form, and these form are actually pronounced the same way. Okay, so il irait, elle irait. Okay, then nous irions. Okay, so let's make this little liaison between the two. Nous irions. Final S not pronounced. Nous irions. Then vous iriez. So same thing here. Make the liaison. Vous iriez. Remember, when you get this EZ at the end, you get the sound E. Okay, iriez, iriez, and then vous iriez. All right, and the final form. Ils iraient, okay, so remember, make the liaison as well. You get this S and then the vowel after. So, ils iraient, and then if you look carefully, you get A-I-E-N-T, okay? But then phonetically, it goes like E, okay? So, technically, these form and these forms here are pronounced the same way. And it goes like irait, okay? So, ils iraient, and then the feminine, elles iraient. All right, so, j'irai, tu irais, il irait, elle irait, nous irions, vous iriez, ils iraient, elles iraient. Okay, so that's it for the conditionnel présent form of the verb aller. Aller, remember, it was to go, and then you get the YouTube channel here, and it's youtube.com/imagier if you want more videos, and then the website is here, and it's waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye.